Gold tycoon in America in 1850. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Compulsory Education. Martin fell asleep hugging the coveted big gold. When he woke up the next day, the sun was already above his head, and his stomach was protesting. Martin didn't care about being hungry. He stared at the 151-pound big gold nugget in front of him and fell into thought. There is no doubt that this is the largest natural gold nugget found in American history. Gold can bring him wealth, but it can also bring him danger. Especially such a big gold nugget, how to deal with it is a very tricky problem. Martin first thought of selling it to Boston Company. He had old acquaintances in Boston Company. Many of these 49-year-old miners of the same period were already middle-level or even senior managers of the company. And Boston Company also had enough financial resources to buy his gold. But soon, this idea was rejected by Martin. It is true that he has acquaintances in Boston Company, but he also has enemies. When he followed Hawk away, Hawk took away the only gold of Boston Company. Many old employees of Boston Company remember this incident. It is not wise to take the initiative to contact Boston Company and sell this big gold nugget to Boston Company. Since there is such a large natural gold nugget here, it also means that there is a rich gold mining area nearby. This news is more valuable than the large gold nugget in Martin's hand. Martin not only wants to sell the gold nugget, but also hopes to sell this priceless news at a good price. But the premise of all this is that he must find a suitable buyer with strength. When thinking of Hawk, Martin thinks of someone, Liang Zhao. Hawk surrendered to Liang Zhao on the eve of the demise of the Brandon Gang and provided Liang Zhao with information about the Brandon gangsters. Liang Zhao finally kept his promise and saved Hawk's life, but Hawk was afraid of the revenge of the remaining gangs and joined the Loyalty Society and was sent to Mexico. It is said that Hawk is doing well in Mexico. And he is just an accomplice, and he has not committed a heinous crime. It is undoubtedly a good choice to take this piece of gold to Liang Zhao and sell it to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao not only has the financial resources to accept his gold, but also has the ability to save his life. At this time, Liang Zhao did not know that a huge natural gold nugget was found in the Nevada Gold Lake. He was presiding over a meeting of the California State Assembly. There are extreme people everywhere, but they are only a minority after all. Those who clamored to annex the entire Nevada region to California were soon drowned out by rational voices. The California State Assembly passed a bill from Congress and the federal government, agreeing to pay Texas $5 million in territorial compensation in exchange for 115,000 square kilometers of land in the western part of the Nevada region. The legislators cheered and thought it was the greatest day in California's history. California Industry Minister Fell, a young Irish-American miner who was proficient in mineralogy and had a connection with the deputy governor, took less than a year to develop the Waterford Mining Company into a large mining company with total assets of more than $2 million. It is rumored that Mr. Fell was highly regarded by the deputy governor because he helped the deputy governor explore mercury mines. Fell was not only successfully elected as a state legislator, but also successfully defeated his opponent to become the first Minister of Industry in California. It is said that Mr. Fell is also one of the candidates for the California Congressional Representative. I propose that this ordinary yet great day be the California State Day. Mr. Fell, who was on a whim, made his suggestion. Soon, this impromptu proposal was unanimously agreed by the legislators. Now let's vote. April 1st is California's Statehood Day. Those who disagree, please raise your hands. Liang Zhao supported the podium with both hands, and his sharp eyes swept over the state legislators below the stage. No one raised their hands to oppose. In fact, he was quite resistant to the date of this Statehood Day. All votes passed. I declare that April 1st will be written into the laws of this state as the Statehood Day, Liang Zhao announced. Then, Liang Zhao read out the California Compulsory Education Act and Higher Education Plan bill drafted by him personally. California now does not even have a Ministry of Education or a Secretary of Education. The reason is also very simple. As a new immigrant state that rose due to the gold rush, California has more than 80% of its population as young and strong adult laborers. There are no children of school age, so naturally there are no schools. At present, California's education is blank, but California's education is not blank. There was a small school in the old town of San Francisco that was run during the Mexican period, but it was closed long ago as California was annexed by the United States and the gold rush began. Liang Zhao's textile factory had already been established, and the 1,200 female workers in the textile factory failed to change the population structure of California. The new influx of young and middle-aged immigrants soon diluted the proportion of women and children. This extremely unreasonable population structure must be changed. For this reason, Liang Zhao has even considered drafting a bill to levy a single tax to encourage young and middle-aged immigrants to move their families to California. Although he will also be subject to a single tax. Fortunately, this unrealistic idea only flashed through Liang Zhao's mind. As long as these so-called Californians live well enough in California and truly regard California as their home, he believes that they will find ways to start a family in California. It is much more reliable and practical to work hard to improve the living standards of the middle and lower classes in California than to rack their brains to introduce unrealistic policies. The content of the California Compulsory Education Act and Higher Education Plan is also very simple. First, California will set up an education department to be responsible for education in California. Second, build state elementary schools and middle schools in cities and towns with a population of more than 1,000. Such as San Francisco, Sacramento, and Los Angeles, encourage private investment in elementary and middle schools, and establish education foundations to ensure that children of school age can attend school. California's population is very concentrated, and there are only 3 settlements with a population of more than 1,000 so far. In the future, cities and towns will use population as a standard, with at least one state elementary school for a population of more than 1,000, and at least one state middle school for a population of more than 3,000. Third, California's state elementary and middle schools will waive all tuition and miscellaneous fees, implement compulsory education, and provide lunch for students in school. Although California's finances are not abundant at present, this can still be done because there are not many children of school age in California. Fourth, complete the compilation and publication of relevant teaching materials suitable for California's state conditions within half a year. Fifth, complete the construction of state universities in California within 3 years. Sixth, introduce advanced educational resources from the East and even Europe. Most of the legislators agreed with Liang Zhao's proposal. First, the proposal is reasonable. Second, it doesn't cost much. Third, California is in urgent need of well-educated workers, which the mine owners are deeply aware of. Fourth, the proposal can bring great positive impact to California. If this proposal can be implemented, California will become the first state in the United States to implement compulsory education. Yesterday, my friend proposed to me, and I went to support the party and slept at my friend's place. This is to make up for yesterday's update. Sorry. There are 2 more updates today. Chapter 152 Currency and Food Security. For the development of the education industry in California, and for our children and grandchildren to receive a good education in their hometown, I will donate $300,000 to the state government as the state government's education funds. In addition, I have built an elementary school and a middle school. If you have children of school age, you can send them to the schools I built to receive education. After stating the contents of the California Compulsory Education Act and Higher Education Plan, Liang Zhao took the lead in making a statement. The reporter of the California Daily, who is allowed to sit in on the record, wrote down the news quickly. The news that the state speaker generously donated $300,000 as the California government's education funds will soon spread throughout California. $300,000 is just less than a week's income for Liang Zhao, and as for his reputation in California, there is no need for too much publicity. The reason why he is willing to donate $300,000 is that he hopes to set an example and take this opportunity to observe these wealthy people in California. I'm willing to donate $50,000, Senator and Secretary of State One followed closely, took out a Bank of America check from his pocket and wrote $50,000 on it. I'm willing to donate $30,000. Governor Robinson also expressed his willingness to donate $30,000 for California's state education. $10,000, $8,000, $5,000, $3,000, very good. I think after you leave the state legislature, the people of California will praise your good deeds in the streets and alleys of California tomorrow. The people of California thank you. Liang Zhao watched the state legislators fill out the checks with satisfaction. Now, Bank of America is no longer the only bank in California. In addition to Bank of America, there is also Bank of Boston in California. Bank of France and Bank of Bahrain have also settled in San Francisco. In addition, the Astor family has also opened Citibank in San Francisco and Sacramento, responsible for Citibank's business in California and even Oregon. However, more than 90% of state legislators still use Bank of America checks. Bank of America is a young bank, but it has strong financial resources and a good reputation. More importantly, Bank of America is a bank opened by the Speaker. The remaining few members used checks from the Bank of France and the Bank of Bahrain. No member used checks from Citibank in the Parliament. The members of the State House of Representatives all paid some money, but some of them were not willing to pay the money. However, after seeing that the core figures in California and their colleagues had donated some money, they thought it would be unsociable if they were stingy. So they donated some money. Besides, the money donated to the California Daily News was not completely wasted. At least they could see their names in the newspaper, which was like buying newspaper advertisements, although the advertisements were a bit expensive. After the California Compulsory Education Act and Higher Education Plan was passed by the State Assembly, Liang Zhao granted Bank of America the official right to issue currency in the State Assembly and stipulated that any foreign currency would be prohibited from circulating in California from next year. Bank of America began issuing currency last year. Currently, the main currency circulating in California is the gold dollar and silver cent, minted by Bank of America's American Mint. Without the currency issued by Bank of America, the entire California economy will inevitably fall into chaos. In 1791, Hamilton, the founding father of the United States, proposed detailed suggestions for the establishment of a mint and a unified currency, which led to the birth of the U.S. dollar. The main purpose of the U.S. dollar at the beginning was to serve as a glue for the 13 states. After that, the coinage rights of the United States and the states were taken over by Congress, and the states were prohibited from privately minting currency. The federal government's Treasury Department wanted to take back the financial power. It's just that the ideal is full, and the reality is very skinny. Due to the lack of metal currency in the United States and the excessive issuance of U.S. dollar bills by the federal government, the currency of the United States was once very chaotic. The value of the U.S. dollar, especially the paper credit currency endorsed by the U.S. government, plummeted, and the prestige of the U.S. government and Congress also depreciated along with the credit currency. Hamilton's original intention to take back the state's coinage rights was good. He did not expect that after Congress took back the coinage rights, it was not about how to improve the U.S. dollar monetary system and solve the problem of the shortage of precious metal currencies in the United States. Instead, it issued U.S. dollar bills indiscriminately and took this opportunity to make money crazily. In this regard, Congress was even worse than the original states, almost paralyzing the entire country. Under the protests of the people and the states, Congress had to give in and grant the state legislatures of each state the power to grant commercial banks the right to issue currency. This also caused the chaos of American currency in the early and mid-19th century. According to Liang Zhao's understanding, Texas and some southern regions still prefer to use Mexican silver coins rather than U.S. dollars. Because Mexico's precious metal coins are more stable in value than U.S. dollar bills. As for the U.S. dollar precious metal currency, the value is also relatively stable, but the number is pitifully small and cannot meet market demand. The U.S. dollar bills issued by the states for the U.S. dollar bills issued by the states' commercial banks are slightly better than the previous government-issued toilet paper, but their value is still very unstable. Currency is an important reason restricting the development of the American economy. The United States initially solved the currency problem during the Civil War. The greenback dollar, which is well known to people in later generations, gradually entered people's field of vision from this time. It was also from this time that the United States began to develop at an incredible speed, and at the end of this century, it completed the great feat of catching up with France and surpassing Britain in economy. Liang Zhao spoke for most of the day, and he felt a little dry in the mouth, so he went to his seat to drink a sip of water, ready to slow down before proposing the next proposal. This proposal, called California Industrial 5-Year Plan, was tightly held in his hand. This was the most important proposal today. When Liang Zhao walked down the podium of the parliament for intermission, the person who came on stage to speak was Chen Baolian, the Minister of Agriculture of California. Since he was the Minister of Agriculture, the content of Chen Baolian's speech was naturally related to agriculture. Chen Baolian's English was very poor. After getting used to Liang Zhao's proficient and fluent English, listening to Chen Baolian's speech was a torture for these state legislators. But they did not dare to despise Chen Baolian's speech, and they listened carefully. In addition to being the Minister of Agriculture, Chen Baolian has another identity, that is, the President of the California Agricultural Association. Chen Baolian was able to become the Minister of the State Agriculture Department mainly because of his own efforts. Chen Baolian took his fellow Fujianese to find a different way and embarked on a different gold rush, that is to reclaim fields and plant food crops. Not only did he reclaim land himself, as the patriarch of the Chen clan in southern Fujian, Chen Baolian united other clans in southern Fujian to cooperate in reclaiming wasteland, and learned from Liang Zhao to establish the California People's Committee to establish the Agricultural Committee. After becoming bigger, Chen Baolian expanded his cooperation objects to fellow Fujianese, and then to all Chinese immigrants. After the establishment of the state in September last year, he began to absorb white farmers in California into the Agricultural Committee and renamed the Agricultural Committee to the Agricultural Association. Chen Baolian also intermarried with local farmers. After marrying the daughter of a large white farmer, he wanted to take the daughter of a small farmer as a concubine. However, taking concubines is illegal in California, so he had to give up and let his brothers and nephews marry local white farmers. The members of the California Agricultural Committee are basically farmers, and the majority of them are emerging Chinese farmers. Although except for Liang Zhao, most of the industrial and mining enterprises in California are small-scale. But in terms of agriculture, the Chinese can be said to have controlled half of California's agriculture. Last year, the Chinese provided more than 40% of California's wheat, 100% of rice, more than 60% of vegetables and fruits, and more than 60% of aquatic products. If the farm products provided by white farmers in the Agricultural Association are taken into account, the proportion will be even greater. Liang Zhao also has his own Shenan Agricultural Reclamation Company, and the leadership of the company has also joined the Agricultural Association. Because he runs a catering business, he also runs a reclamation company to provide support for his own industry. At the beginning of the establishment of the Agricultural Association, Chen Baolian and others asked Liang Zhao to serve as the president of the Agricultural Association. However, Liang Zhao declined. He now has several positions and does not have the extra time and energy to serve as the president of the Agricultural Association. Anyway, the Chinese immigrants follow his lead, and no one who serves as the president of the Agricultural Association can pose a threat to him. Currently, California cannot be self-sufficient in food. The food produced in the state can only meet 60% of California's supply. The remaining gap must be purchased from Indians and Mexico to meet our needs. Chen Baolian stated the current severe situation of California agriculture. Gentlemen, let me add that next month, the federal government Customs Bureau will move into California and set up a branch in California. That is to say, from next month, when we import food from Mexico, we will have to consider the 24.31% tariff issue, Jerwin added. Tariffs are the most important fiscal revenue of the federal government. In this regard, the federal government will never turn a blind eye to California. The 24.31% tariff was set by the U.S. Congress and the federal government to protect the country's industry and commerce. Local factory owners are the main beneficiaries of high tariffs, and there are naturally beneficiaries and losers. The biggest losers are naturally agriculture, especially southern plantation owners. The plantation economy represented by cotton planting is the economic pillar of southern states. High tariffs did keep cheap and high-quality industrial products from Britain, France and other countries out of the United States, but the export costs of cash crops from plantations in the southern United States also increased, and they lost their competitive advantage in the international market. What's more fatal is that the cash crops and the plantations in the South cannot be digested in the United States. Although California is not an agricultural state, the tariffs in the whole United States are unified, and California's agricultural imports will also taste the bitter fruit of high tariffs in the United States. Mr. Jerwin's words make sense. California must achieve self-sufficiency in food, which is related to the food security of the state. Liang Zhao also expressed his support for this. Minister Chen, please continue speaking. Liang Zhao signaled Chen Baolian to continue speaking. The Chinese took the initiative to participate in politics, which is a very positive signal. As Mr. Jerwin and Mr. Liang said, The state government must guarantee the food security of the people of California, and the rice bowls of Californians must be in the bowls of Californians. With the affirmation of Zhao and Liang Zhao, Chen Baolian became more confident and his English became more fluent. We can import food from Mexico temporarily, but we can't do this forever. There are large tracts of land in California that can be reclaimed and turned into fertile farmland. There was a sudden power outage for a long time at night, but fortunately the documents were not lost. Chapter 153, California's Breadbasket. The land along the Sacramento River is fertile and has abundant water resources, making it very suitable for agricultural cultivation. However, due to gold mining activities, the land and water in the area near the Sacramento River have been polluted to varying degrees. In order to find the gold under the riverbed, the gold miners, regardless of the opposition of us farmers, openly built dams to divert the American River, leaving the farmland on both sides without sufficient irrigation water. Chen Baolian first explained the advantages and current situation of the agricultural areas on both sides of the Sacramento River. He wanted to mention the pollution problem of mercury gold mining, but he swallowed the idea before he could even speak, and turned to talk about the Central Valley, which is his proposal today, Central Valley Development Proposal. The Central Valley is a vast fertile land with flat terrain, but except for the southern section of the San Joaquin River, other places are very short of water. The Agricultural Association has conducted field research and found that California has short and wet winters. Wheat can germinate and grow in the short winter and grow and mature in the hot and dry summer. This crop is very suitable for planting in the Central Valley. As long as the Central Valley is properly developed, California can fully achieve food self-sufficiency. Not to mention feeding 100,000 people, it is no problem to feed 1 million people. The terrain of California is mainly low in the middle and high on both sides. The west is the coast mountains bordering the Pacific Ocean, the east is the Sierra Nevada mountains, and in the middle is an extremely flat valley. Because this vast valley is located in the center of California, it is named the Central Valley. In fact, it is an alluvial plain in central California. The Central Valley covers an area of 58,000 square kilometers. It is not an exaggeration to describe this valley as a vast fertile land. Chen Baolian is from Fujian. Fujian is a land of 8 mountains, 1 water, and 1 field. The area of plains is pitifully small. The largest plain in the country is the Liang Zhao plain with an area of 566 square kilometers. When Liang Zhao organized Chinese immigrants to investigate the Central Valley, Chen Baolian was also among them. When he saw this plain for the first time, Chen Baolian was immediately shocked. He had never seen such a large and flat land in his life. It would be a waste of natural resources if such a large piece of land was not reclaimed as farmland. This was Chen Baolian's idea. The reason why he and his people left their hometown was because there was too little arable land in their hometown, which could not support so many people, not to mention the annexation of local wealthy families and the heavy taxes of the court. Due to years of hunger, the fear of hunger has been deeply engraved in his heart and has become an indelible shadow in the hearts of him and many Chinese immigrants. California now has a large area of land suitable for agricultural cultivation that can be reclaimed, and this precious arable land should be used reasonably. Mr. Chen, what is your suggestion? Stop all mining activities along the Sacramento coast to ensure agricultural production? Do you think your suggestion is realistic? Without the gold mining industry, California will be nothing. Don't forget that more than 80% of the California state government's revenue comes from the mining industry. I think as long as we have gold in our hands, we won't have to worry about buying food. Minister of Industry Fair stood up and refuted. His point of view was diametrically opposed to Chen Baolian. My suggestion is, first, reduce the gold mining activities on both sides of the Sacramento River, which is also the American River. The gold there has almost been mined out, and there is not much value in continuing to mine gold, but there are always stupid gold miners occupying that place to carry out meaningless gold mining activities. Second, encourage the reclamation of the Central Valley. The state should provide corresponding guarantees and support for farmers and agricultural reclamation companies that are interested in developing the Central Valley. For example, tax cuts and corresponding low-interest loans to purchase agricultural tools are provided. Bank of America has done a good job in this regard. Many immigrants who want to reclaim wasteland can get a considerable low-interest loan from Bank of America to overcome the difficulties in the early stage of reclamation. Third, after the California government has sufficient finances, It will build water conservancy projects to solve the problem of water shortage in the Central Valley. Chen Baolian spoke his suggestions with courage and backbone in front of the public. It was the first time for him to speak in front of so many people. Among those who looked at him, there were supportive ones, indifferent ones, and malicious ones, which made him feel very nervous. But he still finished what he wanted to say under pressure. Chen Baolian's speech triggered a heated discussion in the parliament. The people who discussed the issue were divided into three categories. One category was the mine owners, one category was the farmers, and the other category was the neutral shop owners and business owners who did not directly operate the mining industry. The state legislators from both sides quarreled fiercely in the parliament. At this time, the parliament was more like a vegetable market. The way the legislators quarreled was like the bargaining and sharp-tongued small vendors. The parliament quarreled, which was inevitable. Liang Zhao did not oppose the parliament quarreling. There could be a problem, but the premise was that a result could be reached in the end, and a solution could be found, rather than a meaningless quarrel for the sake of quarreling. From the perspective of their respective interests, both the mine owners and the farmers had their own reasons. In the short term, mining, especially gold mining, is still the pillar industry and major taxpayer in California. This is irrefutable. But in the long term, California must have self-sufficient agriculture, and California is fully capable of achieving agricultural self-sufficiency. California started with gold mining, and more than 70% of the state legislators in the state legislature are mine owners. There is strength in numbers, and Chen Baolian's side soon fell behind. Liang Zhao had almost finished resting, so he stood up and walked back to the podium. He patted the podium heavily, signaling silence, and the state assembly suddenly fell silent. Mr. Fair, where is your ancestral home? Liang Zhao asked Fair after the state assembly quieted down. Facing Liang Zhao's question, Fair replied respectfully, in Ireland. Mr. Speaker of the state assembly, then why did you and your family come to America? Liang Zhao immediately asked the next question. Because of famine. Fair was stunned. Fair and Liang Zhao were partners, and Liang Zhao must have known his information clearly. Fair was a smart man. When Liang Zhao asked him this question, he quickly realized that in this debate between the mine owners and the farmers, Liang Zhao stood on the side of the farmers. At least his attitude was inclined to the farmers. The state legislators in the state assembly knew the weight of Liang Zhao's words, and he alone was worth half of the assembly. It is more effective to win the support of Liang Zhao alone than to win the support of 70% or 80% of the state legislators. Famine. So you still remember the famine in Ireland. Mexico is very close to California, and Ireland is also very close to Britain, right? Liang Zhao asked again. Yes, sir, Fair answered without hesitation. During the Great Famine, did the British sell food to the Irish? I heard that during the Great Famine in Ireland, the British granaries were full of rats. Liang Zhao continued to ask. No, sir, they still bought our food. Fair lowered his head. Mr. Fair, Chinese immigrants, like Irish immigrants, have the same tragic experience. We all had to leave our homeland because of the damn famine. Whether they are Irish immigrants or Chinese immigrants, we are all Californians now. I think no one wants the tragedy of the Great Famine to happen in California. Once a Great Famine occurs, none of us can guarantee that Mexico will not refuse to sell us food like Britain did. Don't forget that the relationship between Mexico and the United States is not friendly and harmonious at all. California and the East have inconvenient transportation. Once a Great Famine occurs, even if there is surplus food in the East, it will not be transported to California for a while. Mr. Chen is right. The rice bowl of Californians must be in the hands of Californians. After Liang Zhao finished his speech, there was applause from the podium. This was not entirely the state legislators flattering Liang Zhao, but Liang Zhao did convince these legislators. After the long applause stopped, Liang Zhao asked these state legislators another question. Many of the congressmen present are businessmen. I would like to ask you a very simple question. Suppose there are 100,000 people in California, and the food in the market can only supply 90,000 people. How much will the food price rise? Of course it is 10%. A congressman blurted out his answer without thinking. You are so stupid. You have never run a food business, let alone experienced a famine. Food is different from other commodities. It will definitely rise by more than 10%. It is possible to rise by 100% or even 200%, Fair said. He personally experienced the famine, and his real experience has told him the answer. Yes, gentlemen, this is not a math problem. There is no accurate answer. If you have to give an answer, my answer is that even if the food price rises by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, it is possible, because no one wants to be one of the 10,000 people who starve. Liang Zhao's answer made all the state legislators fall into silence. No one wants to be one of the 10,000 people who starve. This sentence has been buzzing in their ears and hitting their hearts. Because they don't want to be one of the people who starve. Fair turned to look at the miners behind him, and they nodded to Fair. Fair spoke to break the silence in the State Assembly. Mr. Speaker, we support the proposal of Congressman Chen, but we also hope that the interests of the gold diggers will not be too damaged. We hope to come up with a practical plan to resolve the differences between the gold diggers and the farmers. From 1848 to 1851, gold mining was carried out on both sides of the American River. The gold there has been mined out. I think it's time to ban gold mining on both sides of the American River. There is also the Sacramento River. It is not only the source of water for agricultural irrigation on both sides, but also the navigable river between San Francisco and Sacramento. The damming has affected the normal traffic of the navigable river section. I think we should immediately legislate to stop this criminal behavior. There is still gold in other mountainous areas of California and Nevada. We can focus on these emerging gold mining areas, just like we shifted the focus of gold mining from San Francisco to the Sacramento area. Chapter 154 California Oligarch. The Sacramento River, also known as the American River, is the largest river in California. Its entire basin is in California, and the source of the river is near Mount Shasta. Most of California is a semi-arid area with a Mediterranean climate. The temporal and spatial distribution of water is extremely uneven. Rainfall is concentrated in early November and late April. Water resources are concentrated in the sparsely populated Northwest region, while water resources in Central and Southern California are relatively scarce. If agriculture is to be developed, water resources will become an obstacle to the development of California agriculture. The best solution is naturally to build water conservancy projects to allocate water resources. In addition, the American River, which is 615 kilometers long, has 290 kilometers of navigable river sections. Before the completion of the railway connecting the two places, the American River will be the only traffic artery between San Francisco and Sacramento. The act of building dams to block water and divert the river has affected the normal navigation of the navigable sections of the American River. Currently, more than 90% of the population in California lives in and around the two cities of San Francisco and Sacramento. In order to ensure the normal operation of the two places and to ensure the traffic order between the two places, it is also necessary to prohibit gold diggers from building dams on the American River. Liang Zhao also built a dam on the American River to pan for gold under the riverbed, but the situation was different at that time. At that time, the American River was not yet fully navigable, and there were not many farmlands on both sides. The negative impact of damming and blocking the flow of gold was minimal. Moreover, Liang Zhao built dams on the river sections where gold was distributed on both sides, while many irrational gold diggers now do not care whether there is a river section with the gold or not. As long as it is a section of the American River, they can build dams to block the flow of gold. It costs a lot of money to build large-scale water conservancy projects. The state government cannot afford so much money now, and new farmland must be reclaimed. With California's population growth rate, this year's population is likely to exceed 200,000, and our current local food production is difficult to supply 100,000 people. My personal suggestion is to first develop the land with abundant water resources along the San Joaquin River in the Central Valley. Of course, if you want to ensure a good harvest next year, necessary water conservancy projects are still indispensable. Immigrants who are interested in reclaiming wasteland can join agricultural associations, or form reclamation companies and groups on their own, and the state government will take the lead in building necessary water conservancy facilities. Finally, I suggest that the Central Valley be designated as agricultural land for the state. There is no gold there, and no other valuable mineral resources have been found so far, so it is not suitable for the development of mining. There is a lot of land suitable for farming in the United States, and it is also very large. Large areas of arable land are mainly concentrated in the Great Plains in the middle and the eastern region. The area of arable land in the west is not large either. The Central Valley is a rare large area of arable land in the West. Liang Zhao regards this fertile land as a strategic granary of California. While it has not been developed on a large scale and there are few settled immigrants, laws must be enacted in advance to protect it. If we wait until there are more people to deal with this problem, it will be much more troublesome and costly than dealing with it now. As long as the 58,000 square kilometers of arable land are properly developed and the water conservancy facilities are complete, even without the addition of fertilizers, it can support millions of people. What if mineral resources are discovered in the future? A congressman raised this question. All non-agricultural land in the Central Valley must be applied to the state legislature and the state government. The state legislature and the government will approve the mineral resources that need to be mined depending on the specific circumstances, Liang Zhao replied. After Liang Zhao finished his speech, the proposal to ban gold mining activities on both sides of the American River was passed. The mine owners and congressmen were also well informed. The news that the western part of Nevada was incorporated into California was already known to everyone in California. Many mining companies that have arrived in Nevada have already found new gold mining areas, and most of the land in Nevada is still in the hands of Liang Zhao. There is no need for those miners to quarrel with Liang Zhao over Sacramento, where gold has been mined out. After all, the miners who are fighting against the abandoned mining area in Sacramento are only a few stubborn small miners and private gold diggers. The miners and gold diggers with real strength and vision have shifted the focus of gold mining to the inland mountainous areas since the end of last year to find new gold-producing areas. After banning gold mining activities on both sides of the American River, the next issue is to encourage and protect farmers and companies that cultivate land. Liang Zhao set an example by saying that Bank of America will continue to provide low-interest loans and low-cost agricultural tools to farmers and companies that cultivate land to support them in reclaiming more wasteland. At the same time, Bank of America will set up a special department to be responsible for agricultural loan business and provide intimate services to farmers and farmers. After Liang Zhao expressed his position, Robinson also represented Boston Bank and said that Boston Company was also willing to provide low-interest agricultural loans. The only two commercial banks in California have all expressed their opinions, and agricultural representatives are very satisfied with this. Subsequently, state legislators discussed the bill to reduce agricultural taxes. After deliberation, state legislators finally reached a consensus. Tax reduction is only for newly reclaimed land. Newly reclaimed land enjoys a 3-year tax exemption policy. After 3 years, normal taxes will be paid. The people currently engaged in agriculture in California are mainly Chinese immigrants, although they proposed a tax exemption period of 5 years. But this time is mainly used for bargaining. Their bottom line is that newly reclaimed land is tax-free for 2 years. After negotiation, the result is 3 years of tax exemption, which has exceeded the bottom line expectations. California's tax exemption is real and can be implemented. It is not a tax exemption treatment that only officials and landlords can enjoy in the Qin dynasty. Therefore, they also accepted the result of 3 years of tax exemption. This is the advantage of a small country with few people. At present, California has 2 cities and 1 town, and the distribution of more than 100,000 people is very concentrated. It is relatively easy to manage and the administrative cost is very low. The California government is only at the city level. From the state government to the municipal government, there are only 2 levels of administrative agencies, and the administrative efficiency is very high. Although Los Angeles is still a town due to population issues, as the 3rd largest settlement in California, Los Angeles actually enjoys the same treatment as San Francisco and Sacramento. The legislatures, governments, and courts at all levels in the United States are parallel, and there is no hierarchical relationship. According to the Constitution of the United States, the United States Congress, the federal government, and the courts cannot impose their will and policies on California. Similarly, the legislature, government, and courts at the state level in California are also parallel and cannot exercise jurisdiction over the legislature, government, and courts at the city level. Due to the special state conditions in California, there is currently a trend in California for the state-level legislature government to exercise jurisdiction over the city-level government. The 2 cities and 1 town follow the lead of the state. This is unconstitutional in the United States, and it is only possible in places where the United States Congress and the federal government are out of reach. Of course, the main reason for this phenomenon is still at the economic level. Liang Zhao is the absolute oligarch in California, and his strength is overwhelming other oligarchs. In addition to him, the small oligarchs in California are more or less dependent on him, and have no power to shake Liang Zhao's position in California. There are others everywhere in all levels of units in California. In the old states in the East, this situation will never happen. The agricultural representatives are satisfied, and then they need to give some sweetness to the representatives of the industrial and mining industries as compensation. Only cut meat, not give meat to eat. Even if these mine owners are interest groups around Liang Zhao's absolute strength in California is very strong, but sooner or later he will become a lonely man. The 3 bills on education, currency, and agriculture are just appetizers for this state assembly meeting, and the next is the biggest highlight. Liang Zhao took out a long-prepared draft of California Industrial 5-Year Plan, 1851-1856. Chapter 155 5-Year Plan. It is now April 1, 1851, and there are still 10 years before the outbreak of the American Civil War. Liang Zhao has 10 years, that is, 2 5-year plans to prepare for this civil war. His goal is also very clear. The first 5-year plan will lay the foundation, and after the second 5-year plan is completed, California will achieve initial industrialization. Liang Zhao does not ask for California's industrial strength to compete with the North after the completion of the 2 5-year plans. This is unrealistic. After all, California's size is here. If California wants to compete with the North in industrial strength, it must at least integrate the resources of the entire western United States and some southern states, and the population must at least reach the size of the Southern Alliance. The free population of the South is 5.45 million. And these cannot be achieved overnight. To put it bluntly, with California's current population of more than 100,000, even if all the people are soldiers, it is not enough to fill the front line. Liang Zhao's goal is that after completing 2 5-year plans, California will have a relatively decent industrial system in the state, which can support California's self-protection and have the strength and capital to wander between the North and the South. No matter how much gold there is, it will eventually run out. If California wants to remain prosperous and stable after the gold is mined out, it must build up its own industry, produce industrial products, and sell them to the outside world in exchange for a steady stream of gold. Only then can California develop for a long time. Liang Zhao didn't need to say these nonsense, but the quality of California's state legislators is not high, and there are many state legislators who can't read ABC. If it weren't for the state law prohibiting the carrying of guns into the parliament, these guys would have revolvers on their waists and curse their mothers when they entered the parliament for meetings. Some words must be told to them directly so that they can understand. Unlike the American Congress, the cultural literacy of congressmen is relatively high, and they are basically well-educated elites. They will understand with a little guidance. In contrast, the state legislators of the new state of California are a grassroots team mixed with a few elites and the middle class, who would risk going to California to pan for gold if they lived a decent life in the East. The American immigrants who come to California are basically the lower-class people who have lost hope in the East and come to California to play poker with a dream of getting rich. If they win, they return home in glory. If they lose, they commit suicide by slashing their throats in the Wujiang River. However, the low quality of the congressman also has its advantages, that is, it is easier to fool them. As long as their interests are taken care of and they are satisfied, the bills will be easily passed. These rough guys will not talk to you about ideals, the separation of powers in the United States, or unconstitutionality. They only care about whether there is more or less gold in their wallets. Liang Zhao's words are easy to understand. To put it bluntly, it is to use industrial products to get gold from other places. Many state legislators are gold diggers and upstarts from the bottom. Only simple and easy to understand words can be understood by these state legislators. The industrial products in the East can't be sold. California has no industrial foundation. Can the industrial products produced compete with the industrial products of the British and French? Robinson is skeptical about this. He has received a good education and has lived in the East for a long time. He is very clear about the current status of American industry. The industrial products produced by the old companies in the East cannot compete with the British and French. What can California use to compete? We don't need to compete with Britain and France. As long as we can beat our counterparts in our country, the American market is enough to meet California's needs. After California gets on track, I will organize an inspection team to the east to conduct inspections and find overseas markets for California that the British and French have not yet touched, Liang Zhao said. A small size also has its advantages, that is, it does not need a large market. As long as California's industrial products can compete with other local counterparts, they can seize their domestic markets. Compared with the old states in the East, California, as a new state, also has its latecomer advantage, that is, California is a blank sheet of paper without any burden. California is far away from the president, surrounded by territories, and does not border any state. There is no need to consider the conflicts and disputes between free states and slave states, nor is there need to rush to stand between the North and the South. Of course, if there is another overseas dumping ground for goods, a colony or semi-colony that can suck blood would be even better. Japan meets California's requirements. Britain and France have not touched it yet, and it is not too far away from California. If something goes wrong, it will not affect California. Moreover, the top leaders of the United States are also seeking to open Japan to the world, and Liang Zhao is also happy to add fuel to the flames in this matter. California has a geographical advantage in Japan's opening to the world. As long as California has local industries, it can become the largest beneficiary state of Japan's opening to the world. Not everyone in the state legislature is as worried as Robinson. On the contrary, many state legislators have already developed a blind attitude towards Liang Zhao. Whether it is Liang Zhao's history of making a fortune in California or Liang Zhao's actual management of California, Liang Zhao has not made a wrong step. His reputation in California is at its peak. Even in the eastern region, Liang Zhao now enjoys the reputation of an American hero. There is no doubt that Liang Zhao is an extremely successful figure in California in both business and politics, and no one can match him. State legislators believe that as long as they follow Liang Zhao, they can drink soup even if they can't eat meat. Since Liang Zhao said so, at least he is confident that he can compete with his counterparts in his country. The Pioneer and the new railway track are the best examples, although the Pioneer has not yet been put into actual operation. But those who have experienced the Pioneer train and its carriages on the experimental track know that the Pioneer train has a crushing advantage over the trains manufactured by large Eastern railway companies. As long as the Pioneer train enters mass production, its sales in the Eastern railway companies will not be bad. We want to listen carefully to your opinions, such as which specific industries to get involved in. Sutter was also somewhat tempted, from buying and selling gold-producing areas to selling grain, and then to cooperating in sawmills and building materials factories. Sutter almost followed Liang Zhao step by step to where he is today. Not only did he keep his Sutter's fort in Sacramento, he also made a fortune and became the mayor of Sacramento. He is also the only state legislator who admires Liang Zhao, although Liang Zhao is about the same age as his son. Yes, Speaker, just tell us what factory you want to open. We haven't been to college, and we are not as knowledgeable as you. We believe that California will only have a bright future under your leadership. We all listen to you, and your words are worth 1,000 gold. After Sutter spoke, the state legislators in the parliament echoed one after another. Steel, coal, railways, machinery. Liang Zhao did not keep the secret and read out the draft of the 5-year plan to the members of the state assembly. Steel production, energy production, railway mileage, and mechanization level are the main indicators of early industrialization. Liang Zhao's first 5-year plan for California was based on these 4 indicators. In addition, there is another indicator, the chemical industry, that is, oil. It would take another 8 years for the first oil well in America to appear, and now there is no such thing as a chemical industry. If there were no other time travelers in this world, only Liang Zhao would know about this industry, and how much profit this industry could bring in the future, and how much impact it would have on the entire human society. Liang Zhao was so anxious to buy the land in Los Angeles, which was worthless in the eyes of others, immigrate to Los Angeles, and quickly turn Los Angeles into a town where Chinese immigrants had an absolute advantage, just for the future layout of California's chemical industry. Although there is no gold under the land of Los Angeles, there is abundant and easy-to-mine oil there. This is the blood of the second industrial revolution. But these heavy industries require huge investments in the early stages, and it takes a long time to make a profit. As far as I know, many steel companies and railway companies in the East have gone bankrupt before they can make a profit, Fair said with some concerns. He had considered getting involved in the steel industry, But the astonishing investment and elimination rate in the steel industry discouraged him. You have strong funds and many technical talents under your command, which can support California Steel until the day it makes a profit, but we don't have such conditions. The congressman also nodded in agreement. Fair's concerns were also their concerns. The steel industry has a high threshold and a high elimination rate, which is not something that small rich people like them can afford. Therefore, when Liang Zhao started to engage in steel and railways, they were still hesitant and did not plunge into the steel and railway industries. Of course, there was also a lack of machinery and workers. Liang Zhao's steel, railways, coal mines, machinery industries and related manufacturing industries, such as steam engine manufacturers and shipyards, all used machinery and workers directly introduced from the eastern region by Liang Zhao since last year. It is not an industry incubated in California. After losing the first opportunity, it is very risky for them to copy Liang Zhao's model. Liang Zhao's enterprises are the only heavy industries in California, and their reputation has been established. If they continue to do these industries, they will face direct competition with Liang Zhao. In California, no one wants to be a direct competitor with Liang Zhao, because they know their own strengths and weaknesses. Since Liang Zhao mentioned this matter in the parliament today, these state legislators simply put their concerns on the table. Liang Zhao was willing to take them to steel, coal, railways, and machinery because he had to do so. Industrialization is a system, a number of industrial chains. It is difficult for one person or even a group to be comprehensive. Even if it can be done, it will take a long time. He risked the disapproval of the United States and centralized power in California for the speed and efficiency of industrialization. Only a relatively strong government can efficiently integrate resources and achieve industrialization in a short period of time with funding means. If California had honestly followed the principle of separation of powers, by the time the Civil War broke out, California would probably have only a few industries to show for itself, apart from gold, let alone a complete industrial system. There was not much time left for it, and it was impossible for it to develop slowly like the old eastern states. This chapter makes up for the lack of 6.3. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Coal and Steel Alliance. Establish the California Industrial Association and the California Coal and Steel Alliance. I will serve as the president of the Industrial Association and the chairman of the board of directors of the Coal and Steel Alliance. These days, I am discussing this with my Mexican friends. Although there are iron mines in Nevada, California can completely set up coal and steel enterprises on its own. But exploration and mining take time. Before that, Liang Zhao still needs the iron ore provided by the Mexicans. After California's coal and iron mines achieve self-sufficiency, Liang Zhao will still choose to bring Mexicans to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance. But the purpose at that time is not just for the Mexican iron or steel, is now a sunrise industry. The demand for steel is huge all over the world. At least in the next century, the world's steel market will be in short supply. As long as you can produce steel that meets the quality standards, you will not have to worry about not having a market. The same is true for coal. This energy source will be the overlord in the energy market for a long time in the future. With Liang Zhao's statement, the attitudes of these state legislators who have mines at home are very decisive, and they choose to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance without hesitation. They believe in Liang Zhao's vision and judgment. Liang Zhao's personal statement made the state government's tax reduction policy for non-gold mining companies more attractive. Liang Zhao's willingness to serve as the leader of the California Coal and Steel Alliance gave them great confidence and decided to test the waters with part of their wealth. Although they were not well educated, the huge gap in the American steel market was well known to even ordinary Americans. The establishment of the Industrial Association in the State Assembly made Fair sigh. After the establishment of the Agricultural Association, Fair wanted to follow Chen Baoliang's example and bring in a group of miners to form an industrial association to protect the interests of California's industrial and mining companies. Fair still overestimated himself. Although he was a well-known wealthy man in California and the Minister of Industry. But he was far from having the appeal and strength to form an industrial association. Except for some gold miners, no one paid attention to fair. Industry is far more than gold mining. There is only one person in California who has the ability to bring together all the industrial and mining bosses in California. This person was Liang Zhao, the state speaker who spoke eloquently and fluently on the podium. Fair, listen carefully to Liang Zhao's speech. The California Coal and Steel Union will establish a board of directors as a coordinating body, and grant the board of directors the power to decide on major matters of the California Coal and Steel Union, approve the power and even supervise members. At the same time, a council of the Coal and Steel Union will be established, and anyone who is a member of the Coal and Steel Union will be eligible to participate in the meeting. All of this is reasonable in Fair's opinion, but the next one surprised Fair. That is, the Coal and Steel Union actually has a court. Stanford also felt something was wrong. Those old-fashioned people didn't know much about this so-called Coal and Steel Union, but Stanford, who was familiar with the law, knew very well that this was not just a Coal and Steel Union. The Coal and Steel Union has a board of directors, a parliament, and a court. It looks like a national organization. I heard that there are Mexicans joining. That means if Mexicans in the union commit crimes in the future, can the Coal and Steel Union's courts still judge Mexicans? Looking at the state legislators, regardless of whether they are running industries and mining, they are all signing up to join the Coal and Steel Union. Stanford can't take care of these people. He doesn't want to lose this opportunity again. California lacks judicial talents, and he is one of the few senior judicial talents in California. The Court of the Alliance needs him. After the state assembly ended, the legislators left the state assembly in groups. The California legislature is the most efficient legislature I have ever seen. If it were in the state legislatures of other states, it would be unimaginable to pass so many bills in one day, Jerwin sighed. Jerwin is a political elite who has received elite education. He knows that what Liang Zhao did in California is contrary to the spirit of the American Constitution. But he has a vested interest in California. There is no need to jump out to oppose Liang Zhao. Opposing Liang Zhao is to go against gold. Jerwin's personal wealth mainly comes from the United Gold Mining Company jointly established by him, Liang Zhao and Fremont. The three of them each hold 1/3 of the shares. Moreover, with Liang Zhao's prestige and power in California, jumping out to oppose Liang Zhao will not have any good results. Jerwin even feels that the strategy implemented by Liang Zhao in California is very suitable for the state of California. As a new state with an immigrant population as the main body, with a low population quality, the old eastern states' approach is obviously not feasible in California. Moreover, California's population structure is very complex, with immigrants from all over the world. This is enough to cause headaches for local rulers in any state. A strong political person must be able to maintain California's stability and get its economy on the right track. Efficiency is above all else. I heard that the gold in the mining area of United Gold Mining Company has been exhausted. Abandon the old mining area and head to Nevada or the northern mountains. These days, many gold mining companies have discovered new gold-producing areas in these places. Liang Zhao threw the briefcase in his hand to Connie, who followed closely behind. A lot of gold-producing areas have been discovered, but none of them are rich mining areas, Jerwin said with some regret, but fortunately, I have saved a lot of gold in the past year, and I can do some other businesses with you. After my manor is built, I want to bring my family to California. Jerwin came back from Washington this time and bought a piece of land next to Tingtail Garden from Liang Zhao. He is building his private manor on a large scale and is ready to settle in California for a long time. Not all gold mining areas can be as rich as the gold mining areas in Sacramento, Liang Zhao said. This state assembly meeting has ended successfully, and California's development has been put on the right track. I think it's time for me to go to the East to personally thank your teacher, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Corwin. He has helped California a lot this time and won a lot of votes for us in Congress, Mr. Corwin is also very interested in you, and I think he's also very happy to meet you, Jerwin said happily. And those Ohio steel entrepreneurs recommended to us by Mr. Corwin, I want to visit them in person in Ohio, Liang Zhao said. I will go with you, and go back to Ohio to pick up my family, Jerwin said. My estate needs some cement, and you are the only one in California who has these things. Yes, there's some, but the output of my cement plant is not high. You know, California is in great need of cement now. Considering that we are friends, I can give you 3,000 pounds, 1,360 kg, of cement first, Liang Zhao told the truth. His cement plant now has steam crushers, steam pulverizers, and steam mills, and many processes can be completed by machines. However, the two processes of mixing lime powder with iron and sand, and finally mixing clinker with gypsum, especially the mixing of lime powder with iron and sand, require manual and precise proportioning. There are not many skilled workers in the cement factory, which limits the output of cement. With the technology of this era, cement cannot be produced automatically. Maybe we can make cement together, Jerwen said, touching his chin. Chapter 157 I want to join the party. 1851 was the meeting with the most bills passed since the establishment of the state of California. The bills passed at the meeting were not insignificant bills, but bills that were actually related to the vital interests of many Californians. After obtaining Liang Zhao's permission and several reviews, the California Daily News published a detailed description of the bills passed by the State Assembly and their contents in the newspaper published on April 8. The streets and alleys of San Francisco and Sacramento, taverns and tea houses, were full of Californians holding newspapers and analyzing them carefully. Even illiterate Californians commissioned literate people to read the contents of the newspaper to them. In the hall of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, Chinese businessmen were also analyzing the California Daily News on April 8, 1851. It's just that the California Daily News in their hands was a Chinese version of the newspaper. As there are more and more Chinese in California, the newspaper company considers that there are more than 1,000 Chinese subscribing to the California Daily. In March, the newspaper company specially hired a Chinese editor to be responsible for the editing of the Chinese version of the California Daily and launched the Chinese version of the daily newspaper. Most of these Chinese businessmen can understand English, especially the Guangzhou merchants who deal with the British all year round. They can not only listen and speak English, but also write beautiful cursive English. Reading English newspapers is a piece of cake for them. But since there is a Chinese version of the newspaper, they still prefer to choose the Chinese version of the newspaper to read. The Chinese version of the California Daily is in vernacular Chinese and is easier to read. Fur traders from Oregon often go in and out of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce. The fur business in Oregon was originally done by Astor. These fur traders were all former partners of the Astor family. Since the Astor family made a fortune and transformed, they have not paid as much attention to the fur business as before. With the influx of Russian fur traders, the days of fur traders in Oregon are getting harder and harder. The furs obtained by Russian fur traders in Alaska were of better quality and cheaper than their own furs, making the furs in Oregon lose their competitiveness. Fur traders in the East and the Hudson River Bend Company in the UK preferred to purchase furs from Russian fur traders. The large number of Chinese merchants entering California gave hope to fur traders in the Oregon region. In the Qing dynasty, the main source of furs in the Qing dynasty was outside the Great Wall, and outside the Great Wall was the birthplace of the Qing dynasty. The Han people could not set foot outside the Great Wall. It was profitable for Chinese merchants to purchase furs from Oregon and sell them back to the Qing dynasty. Pan Zhangwei is now engaged in the fur business. Fur is a hot commodity in the Qing dynasty. The Pan family also has connections. It is not difficult for the Pan family to sell these furs in the Qing dynasty. However, the fur business with Oregon fur traders is still a small profit after all, and it will not become a big climate. Pan Zhangwei, Wu Yuanhe and others are discussing joining the California Coal and Steel Alliance, an industry that is very unfamiliar to them. The business that Chinese merchants are currently doing in California is mainly re-export trade, selling local products shipped from the Qing dynasty in California to make a profit. This is also their old business. The difference from the past is that they had to go through the hands of American merchants to sell the local products of the Qing dynasty to the United States. Now they can sell it themselves, and the profit is much higher without the middleman. Those foreigners have made a lot of money with Mr. Liang. As far as I know, Mr. Liang has never suffered a loss in the business field in California. I think this California Steel Alliance has great potential, Pan Zhangwei pointed at the newspaper and said. Those foreigners and Chinese clan leaders can discuss this matter in the state legislature, but our Chamber of Commerce does not have a state legislator. If I had known that I would not return to Guangzhou, I would have stayed in California and become a naturalized citizen. Maybe I would be a state legislator now, Wu Yuanhe said with a look of regret and regret. Those Chinese clan leaders were not mainstream figures in the Qing dynasty. Now he, a royal merchant, is suppressed by these people in California. Wu Yuanhe feels a little unacceptable. In the next state assembly election, no matter how much it costs, our Chamber of Commerce will participate and strive to win more seats. Zhang Jinsong glanced at the newspaper. No matter how detailed the newspaper is, it is not as detailed as what we heard directly in the parliament. There is no one from us in the parliament, and there is no one to speak for us. It's too bad. Zhang Jinsong donated an official position in the Qing dynasty, but he didn't expect that the American congressman had real power, unlike the official position he donated in the Qing dynasty, which was just an official position. You can't say that. Isn't our president, Mr. Liang, the Speaker of the State Assembly? Wu Yuanho said. Those foreign congressmen are now surrounding Mr. Liang and flattering him every day. It's not so early for the state assembly election. I heard that most of the state assemblymen are members of the Civic Party. Why don't we go back and talk to Mr. Liang and join the party first? Anyway, the party fee is only $12 a year, so it's not a loss to join the party first, Pan Zhangwei, vice president of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, said. Brother Yuding is right. Join the party first. Those foreign state legislators and clan leader state legislators have all joined the party. We can't fall behind, Zhang Jinsong said. The newspaper said that if you want to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance, you must first register a steel company, coal mining company, or a company in related industries with assets of more than $300,000. Let's get some money together and join the California Coal and Steel Alliance first. I have had the honor of visiting Mr. Liang's California Steel Company and taking a train with Mr. Liang. Mr. Liang told me on the train that his steel plant can produce more than 2 million kilograms of iron and 40,000 kilograms of steel per month. Such a large output is still not enough. I think Mr. Liang has greater ambitions, Pan Zhangwei said, stroking his gray beard. We have to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance. I don't have any steel mills, and I'm too old to understand the foreigners' machines. But a few days ago, I spent $150,000 to buy several coal mines and set up a Tongfu coal mine company to supply coal to Mr. Liang's steel mill. If you are interested, you can raise another $150,000 with me to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance. Faced with Pan Zhangwei's proposal, some Chinese businessmen with limited financial resources decided to raise some money to invest in Tongfu coal mine and get admission tickets to the California Coal and Steel Alliance. Chinese businessmen with relatively strong financial resources, such as Wu Yuanhua, would not rely on others. They decided to set up their own coal mining companies or even steel companies to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance. After the Chinese businessmen decided to join the California Coal and Steel Alliance, Bank of America became busy. $300,000 is equivalent to about 190,000 taels of silver, which is a huge sum of money. Although the families behind these Chinese businessmen are all wealthy families, it is difficult for them to take out $300,000 in cash to start a company. The only choice is to borrow money from Bank of America. Faced with so many sudden large loan applications, Bank of America President Jones did not dare to make a decision on his own. He did not approve these loan applications immediately, but first came to Tingtao Garden to seek Liang Zhao's opinion. Liang Zhao had privately investigated the family backgrounds of those Chinese businessmen, and they were all very wealthy and capable of repaying the loans. After carefully reading the application, he personally signed and agreed to their loan applications. Isn't the threshold of $300,000 too high? Robinson, holding a teacup in his hand, felt that the threshold of the California Coal and Steel Alliance was too high, and would exclude some businessmen who were interested in joining the California Coal and Steel Alliance. Not at all. This is heavy industry, steel, coal mines, railways, machinery. These industries have high initial investment, and they have to bear losses for a long time. Those small businessmen with weak assets don't have the psychological ability to bear this. Liang Zhao put down the pen in his hand and said, except for the steam engine factory, all the other businesses I run are still operating at a loss. Take the California Railway Company for example. The railway between San Francisco and Sacramento will not be completed until mid-June, and I can't recover the cost immediately after this line is put into operation. Do you think those small businessmen can bear risks better than me? There is no one in California who is more tolerant than you. Robinson was unable to refute this. He put down his teacup and said, the Hope has been launched. This is the first steamship developed and manufactured by California. Today is the day when the Hope is launched. Everyone hopes that you will cut the ribbon for the Hope. Liang Zhao nodded. You go first. I have some things on hand and I will finish them soon. Didn't you just deal with the Chinese business loan? Robinson asked with some doubts. It's another matter, Liang Zhao said lightly. Robinson nodded and left Tingtao Garden. After Robinson left, Liang Zhao said to Connie, "Please come in, Mr. Martin." The ragged Oliver Martin followed Connie into Liang Zhao's study, and several strong servants carried a heavy wooden box in. Liang Zhao motioned everyone to go out and close the door. Only Hu Jinchen, Connie and Martin, a special visitor, were left in the study. Connie pried open the wooden box and saw the black cloth covering the gold. "Sir, I weighed this gold myself, and it weighs 151 pounds, Connie said excitedly. "This is the largest natural gold nugget I have ever seen in my life." Liang Zhao looked at the 151-pound natural gold nugget, and his heart was calm. This gold nugget was far less shocking than the California Star had brought him. After all, from the naked eye, the visual impact and psychological shock of a 145-pound natural gold nugget and a 151-pound natural gold nugget are not much different. It's a pity that the California Star was given to President Fillmore as a gift last year, otherwise he could have compared the two natural gold nuggets. Liang Zhao glanced at Martin in disbelief. God knows how this guy brought this piece of gold from the Nevada mountains to him alive. Mr. Liang, is there anything to eat? Martin said, holding his hungry stomach. Jinchen, tell the kitchen to prepare a hearty lunch for Mr. Martin. Liang Zhao walked to Martin, patting Martin on the shoulder and said, I want to have lunch with Mr. Martin. Chapter 158 New Jinchen, New World. Roasted pigeon with water celery, half-roasted suckling pig, steamed mussels of San Francisco, Virginia bacon, cheese meat pie, roasted corn with Mexican sauce and cheese, seafood pigeon soup, beet soup, buckwheat porridge, roasted cornbread, roasted baguette. A wide variety of food was served on the table, exuding the tempting aroma of food. Martin, who was nervous, held the silver knife and fork in his hand, and couldn't wait to cut a piece of roasted suckling pig and put it in his mouth, and then took the beet soup in front of him and poured it into his mouth. Martin soon finished another roasted pigeon, but it didn't satisfy him. He still kept stuffing food into his mouth, one because he was too hungry, and the other to cover up his nervousness. Martin was thinking about his way out while eating. He knew very well that the reason he could sit here and receive Liang Zhao's hospitality was not because of the 151-pound natural gold nugget. According to the current gold price, although this natural gold nugget is large, its value will not exceed $50,000. For ordinary people, $50,000 is a huge sum of money that they cannot earn in their lifetime, but for the gold tycoon sitting across the table, $50,000 is just a day's income. The place where the gold was found is obviously more valuable than this natural gold nugget. Seeing Martin eating voraciously, Liang Zhao, who was not hungry at first, also had an appetite. He also grabbed the piece of cheese pie that Martin had not touched and started eating. Liang Zhao picked up the burgundy red wine in front of him and poured half a glass for Martin himself. This was a small gift from General Tromelin of the French Navy when he bought the Roland. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. Liang Zhao was very patient. Martin took the wine glass and drank half a glass of red wine. After drinking the wine, he became bolder and was not as nervous as when he first sat at the table facing Liang Zhao. Only people like you are worthy of this natural gold nugget. This natural gold nugget is my gift to you. Martin took the bottle and poured himself a full glass of wine, drinking the whole glass of wine like drinking water. It seems that you are still an ambitious person. Liang Zhao frowned slightly. This man was not an old-fashioned man who was easy to get rid of. This 151-pound piece of gold was all he had now. Giving this piece of gold as a gift meant that Martin wanted more, at least more than this 151-pound gold. No, you misunderstood. I want to work for you and become your vanguard. You know that I once went astray and became a gangster for a while. I worked for Boston Company. Dr. Robinson of Boston Company became the current Governor Robinson. I am worried that they will sue me after they find out about me. Even if you give me dollars, I will not be able to spend them, Martin said with courage. He didn't know whether Robinson, who became the governor, was still the kind and generous Robinson he had seen before. He didn't dare to gamble his future life on Robinson's character. Even if Robinson was generous and didn't pursue his original mistakes, then what about the old miners of Boston Company around Robinson? They are also dignitaries in California now. If any of these people still hate him for following William Hawke, who stole the gold from Boston Company, he will be in trouble. The only way to stay in California and continue to make money and avoid jail is to join someone who even Boston Company cannot afford to offend. There is only one such person in California, and that is Liang Zhao, who is sitting across the table. If I were your man and worked for you, even the governor would not dare to sue me. Only I know where this piece of gold was found. I think I am valuable to you." After saying that, Martin buried his head in his food again to hide his nervousness. Mr. Liang was able to accept William Hawk at the beginning, so he must be able to accept me too. Compared with the crimes that William has given up, my crimes are not worth mentioning, right? This is Martin's self-consolation. The rich mining area in Nevada is indeed a very attractive news to Liang Zhao. Xiangshan Gold Mining Company has sent a prospecting team into the Nevada mountains to search for gold. It is not an easy task to find gold mining areas in the vast and complex Nevada mountains. Although the exploration team of Xiangshan Mining Company has discovered 2 gold mining areas and 1 silver mining area in Nevada, the quality of the ore is average and cannot be compared with the high-quality ore sand in the American River Mine. If Liang Zhao is the first to discover the rich mining area in Nevada, he will once again take the lead in the new round of gold rush. The gold industry is no longer the industry he pays most attention to, but no one will complain about too much money, let alone the money he picked up directly. Martin burped. He had eaten a lot and could not fit any more food in his stomach. Martin, who was not happy with the food, put down his knife and fork and waited anxiously for the result. His future and even his life were now firmly in the hands of the young man who was calmly cutting grilled bacon across the table. It felt terrible to have his future controlled by others, but Martin had no other choice now, and he had no right to bargain. All he could do was wait for Liang Zhao to give the result in agony. Just like the criminals in the court waiting for the judge's final judgment. "I heard your family is still in Boston." Liang Zhao wiped his hands on the napkin, then took out a check from his wallet and put it on the table. Connie handed Liang Zhao a pen. "Yes, sir." Liang Zhao actually knew that his family was still in Boston, which made Martin very flustered. The man who became a multimillionaire, deputy governor, and speaker of the state assembly in just 1 year was definitely not a good person. It was definitely not a good thing to be remembered by such a person. Martin suddenly thought of Brannon and the fear of being dominated by Brannon when he was in the Boston Company. Brannon was finally sent away by Liang Zhao. The manor he is now in was also the residence of the richest man in California. The owner who lives here now is still the richest man in California, but it has changed. It has changed to a richer and more powerful person. According to the market price, your gold is worth $45,000 US. This is a check from Bank of America for $500 million US. Just consider it as my money to buy your gold. Liang Zhao put down the pen in his hand, and Connie picked up the check on the table and handed it to Martin. Martin took the napkin and wiped his greasy hands. His eyes were fixed on the $50,000 on the check and Liang Zhao's beautiful round English signature. He hesitated to reach out to take the check. "Sir, I want to work for you," Martin said. "I know, I don't like to take other people's things for free. This is what you deserve," Liang Zhao said lightly. "You are now a successful gold digger. Your family should not stay in Boston and continue to live in poverty. I will send someone to take them to San Francisco and settle them down. San Francisco will soon have elementary schools, middle schools, and other schools. I think your children can get a good education here, sir." Martin stood up from his seat. He didn't want to take his family to California, a place of right and wrong. He just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Liang Zhao. "The crimes you committed in California can also be prosecuted by the courts in Massachusetts. I am considering you and your family. Clean up your image. From now on, you will be an assistant to Mr. Deng Wenkang of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company." "Yes, sir." Martin sat down involuntarily. "Then I will work with Mr. Deng Wenkang in the mining area of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company in Nevada in the future." "No." Liang Zhao shook his head. He had other arrangements for Martin. "After you led Xiangshan Gold Mining Company to find gold in Nevada, you will follow Mr. Deng Wenkang to Sydney, New South Wales, Australia, where gold has also been discovered." "Australia?" Martin was very surprised by Liang Zhao's arrangement. "Yes, I will set up a new gold mining company there. With our gold mining technology accumulation in California, we have a great technical advantage in gold mining in Australia. If you are willing to invest, you will also become the original shareholder of this gold mining company." The Australian government has not officially announced the news of the discovery of gold, But Liang Zhao has made preparations to send people to Australia to pan for gold. He has already connected with Charles Augustus Fitzroy, the 10th Governor of New South Wales, Australia, through Gibson of Barings Bank, and became pen pals. This guy is much more comfortable in New South Wales than in California. Although Australia is a British colony, it is far away from the British mainland, the sky is high and the Queen is far away, and communication is inconvenient. Britain is also out of reach of Australia. Although California is also a frontier region of the United States and has inconvenient transportation to the east, it is still in the United States after all. Augustus is now the local emperor of New South Wales. There is gold not only in New South Wales, near Melbourne and Victoria, and in Queensland, but even in New Zealand. When the news of the discovery of gold in Australia spreads, the Chinese name of San Francisco will also change from Jinshan to San Francisco. He has become the biggest winner in the San Francisco gold rush, and there is no reason to miss the gold rush in New Jinshan and even Australia and New Zealand. The founding shareholder of the new gold rush company, Martin, wiped his mouth, his eyes radiant. With Liang Zhao's appetite, the scale of this new gold rush company will naturally not be small, and the future money is limitless. If Oliver Martin was just an ordinary person, Liang Zhao would not throw this tempting bait to him. Historically, Oliver Martin is a legend among the bottom-level gold diggers in the California gold rush. He started with this 151-pound piece of gold, established the largest mining company in the United States, and entered the upper class of American society. When he passed away, he left behind assets of $30 million, making him a veritable mining tycoon. There is no need to elaborate on what $30 million meant in the Gilded Age. Although he was not as wealthy as Vanderbilt, Rockefeller, and Carnegie, who were all worth over $100 million and rich enough to rival a country, he was definitely a top-notch entrepreneur in the United States. Chapter 159: The Captain Takes Action. At this time, Martin was just a gold prospector with nothing, not yet a mining tycoon in the Gilded Age. In California, only Liang Zhao could provide him with protection, and he had no choice. He got $50,000 and became a founding shareholder of a very promising mining company. This outcome was beyond Martin's expectations. For his own future and for his family, Martin had no reason to refuse Liang Zhao, nor could he afford the consequences of refusing Liang Zhao. "How many original shares do you plan to issue to establish this gold mining company?" Martin asked, biting his lip. In his hand was a $50,000 check that he had just received from Coney, which was all his current assets. 20,000 shares, $100 per share. Liang Zhao said $2 million was more than enough to establish an Australian gold mining company. Before Australia's mineral resources were developed, Australia was an absolute poor and remote place. There were neither decent tycoons nor entrepreneurs to show off. The new gold mining company, which was composed of experienced old miners, entered Australia with a startup capital of $2 million, which was undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction blow to the local gold diggers. Of course, Liang Zhao could not hold all these shares. After all, Australia was the territory of Britain, and it was impossible to monopolize this big cake. Only by giving a share to the dignitaries of the Australian colonial authorities and another share to the British Empire could he feel at ease to grab the gold in Australia. Gibson had privately expressed his attitude to Liang Zhao. As long as Bahrain Bank could participate in Liang Zhao's gold mining company in Australia with a 30% stake, Bahrain Bank would fully support Liang Zhao's entry into Australia and provide convenience for Liang Zhao. In terms of gold mining, Xiangshan Gold Mining Company can be said to be a unique company in the world. Whether it is gold mining talent or gold mining technology, no gold mining company can compare with Xiangshan Gold Mining. The new gold mining company in Australia will draw experienced miners and managers from Xiangshan Gold Mining Company to share the gold mining technology of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. This is very attractive to Bahrain Bank, which believes that this is a very cost-effective investment. "I want to use my $50,000 to buy 500 original shares of the Australian new gold mining company." Martin resolutely put down the $50,000 check in his hand. "Very good." Liang Zhao stood up and looked at Martin approvingly. "I will exchange your $50,000 for 500 original shares." The port of San Francisco was crowded with people and very lively. Thousands of San Francisco citizens went to the port to see the Hope. The dignitaries of California also appeared in the port of San Francisco early. The Hope is not a big ship. It is just an ordinary wooden steamship with a displacement of only a pitiful 500 tons. But the Hope has extraordinary significance to California. It is the first steamship independently produced by California. Every part of the Hope is made in California. As the name suggests, the Hope is the hope of California and also the pride of California. The Hope is not alone. Next to the Hope is the Sacramento, which is slightly larger than it. Today, after the ribbon-cutting ceremony, the Hope will compete with the Sacramento in a water speed contest to see who is better. The port of San Francisco is not only populated by citizens of San Francisco, but also citizens of Sacramento. They made a special trip from Sacramento to San Francisco just to see this water speed contest. The reporter of the California Daily had already chosen a camera position at the port, set up the camera, and captured the two ships in the viewfinder at the same time. Of course, the protagonist of the photo is undoubtedly the Hope, and the Sacramento is just a foil today. Vanderbilt, who had just arrived in San Francisco, was as happy as a child after hearing the news. It is better to arrive early than to arrive at the right time. He caught up with a good show. Jeremiah, what do you think of the Hope? Can it beat the Sacramento? Vanderbilt stood with his hands behind his back, examining the two small steamships, the Hope and the Sacramento, like a general inspecting his soldiers. The Sacramento was his masterpiece 4 or 5 years ago, using the most advanced shipbuilding technology in America at the time. From the appearance, the Hope is a fully qualified steamship, but the speed competition is about the power of the steam engine, the quality of the fuel, and the driving skills of the helmsman, which cannot be seen on the dry shore. Shipbuilding expert Jeremiah Simonson gave a relatively fair and objective evaluation. He has 10% of the shares of the San Francisco shipyard, as well as his former apprentices and workers in his shipyard. If he rashly made a too subjective evaluation, he would be ashamed if the Hope lost the speed competition. Whether the Hope can win this race depends on its heart, that is, the steam engine. If the Hope steam engine is powerful enough and can output enough power, even if there are some design flaws, they can be covered up by the powerful steam engine. Steam engine manufacturer Theodore Secker is a steam engine-only theorist. He believes that the steam engine is the key to whether the Hope can win this water race. Theodore is also very curious about the current level of steam engine manufacturing technology in California. The Sacramento was built with the most advanced technology in the United States 5 years ago. The steam engine used on the Sacramento is still not outdated today. Liang Zhao cut the ribbon for the Hope amid the cheers of the people of California. Collins, a reporter of the California Daily, who returned to California on Vanderbilt's ship, and became famous in the American journalism world for photographing and reporting the Los Angeles tragedy, recorded this precious moment with a camera he carried with him. Vanderbilt, I didn't know you were coming today. If I had known in advance, I would have definitely prepared to welcome you. Liang Zhao walked towards Vanderbilt, an old friend he hadn't seen for several months, and shook hands with him cordially. Vanderbilt provided him with considerable help during the Mexican land grant controversy. I came to California to check the profitability of the holding company. There is no need to trouble the deputy governor to welcome me, Vanderbilt said with a smile on his face. Obviously, he was in a very good mood now. On behalf of the people of California, I thank you for your support for California, Liang Zhao said. I just made some gold in California and helped the people of California by the way. This little thing is not worth mentioning. Vanderbilt looked at the Sacramento not far away and rubbed his hands eagerly. Sacramento is my beloved boat designed by myself. In today's speed race, I want to drive the Sacramento myself. Of course, you are the most suitable person to drive the Sacramento. Liang Zhao agreed to Vanderbilt's request to drive the Sacramento to participate in the water speed race. I am bad at naming, so everyone can post a chapter here to talk about a name for the new gold mining company in Australia. At that time, the name with the most likes will be selected. Chapter 160. Hope and Water Racing. The route of the water race is a waterway less than 8 miles from the San Francisco Pier to the town of Berkeley. Since 1850, several villages have been formed around the Golden Bay, and Berkeley is one of them. Berkeley is a small village located northeast of San Francisco, across the bay from San Francisco. Today, the small pier of Berkeley Village will become the end of the water race. The Sacramento was steered by Vanderbilt himself, while the Hope was steered by Sven of the Global Shipping Company. Sven was very excited to have a speed and passion contest with a famous Commodore. Elvis, a major of the California Infantry Regiment at the San Francisco port, saw that everyone had boarded the ship, took out the revolver at his waist and fired a shot into the air. This was the signal for the start of the race. In order to be fair, the two steamships participating in the race were only equipped with 3 stokers. After the gunshot, the stokers skillfully shoveled coal from the coal pile and sent it into the furnace. The two steamships sounded shrill whistles, slowly accelerated, and headed eastward toward the village of Berkeley. The Hope was 30 meters long and 8 meters wide. The bow was relatively low, and above the low bow was a thin awning, and the cab was located under the awning. In the middle of the ship, there was a pair of Minglan wings tightly covered by an arched wooden box, and above the wooden box was a clanging walking beam, which transmitted power from the piston. The middle part was the most critical part of the ship, with chimneys, copper boilers, hot boiler furnace fire chambers, and piles of coal all located in the middle of the ship. At the stern were the cabins, kitchens, restaurants, and rest areas. Of course, this was the passenger ship version of the Hope. If it was the cargo ship version of the Hope, the cabin at the stern would become a cargo hold. The method of turning a passenger ship into a cargo ship was also very simple. Just remove all the seats and beds in the cabin. At the beginning of the design, Liang Zhao took into account the versatility of the Hope, so that it could be easily converted between a passenger ship and a cargo ship. After all, if the shipyard wants to operate for a long time, it must launch products that are popular in the market and make profits as soon as possible. It is not a long-term solution to always rely on mining companies for blood transfusions. In the future, many villages, towns and even cities like Berkeley will be formed around Jinshan Bay, and the population will be distributed along Jinshan Bay. Shipping will become one of the main means of transportation to connect the settlements around Jinshan Bay. Small and fast steam paddle steamers like Hope will be very useful. Liang Zhao sat in the cab of Hope, watching Sven's hands tightly holding the steering wheel. Although Sven is a good sailor in global shipping, today's opponent is the famous Commodore, and he dare not slack off. Add more coal. Damn it. The Sacramento is going to surpass us, Sven urged the stoker. The Sacramento ran at full power and rushed forward with all its might. The paddle wheels on both sides of the ship slapped the water, splashing waves, and the chimney in the middle of the ship kept billowing thick smoke. Vanderbilt's old friends, Theodore and Jeremiah, and others shouted provocatively at the people on the Hope from the stern of the Sacramento. The Sacramento surpassed the Hope and took the lead. Liang Zhao was sure that this was Vanderbilt's first time to travel this waterway, but he seemed to be more familiar with it than Sven, who had been there several times. This was nothing strange. The old captain had personally explored many valuable commercial routes. The inland river route of Nicaragua was explored by him personally, driving an inland shipping vessel through the rainy and smoky tropical rainforest. Immigrants who arrived in California alive from the eastern United States should thank Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt almost single-handedly shortened the voyage from the eastern United States to California from the original 7 or 8 months to the current 2 or 3 months. Without the Nicaragua route, immigrants from the east would have only 2 routes to California, either cross the entire North American continent or take a boat around Cape Horn in South America, where the winds and waves are high and the waves are rough, and it would take 7 or 8 months to sail to San Francisco. Vanderbilt provided these immigrants with a more efficient and faster route. The courageous pioneering spirit and strong enterprising spirit of the first generation of American industrialists in the 19th century laid a solid foundation for the rise of the United States in the 20th century. They monopolized wealth and caused a huge gap between the rich and the poor in the United States, but they also created wealth, created new industries and jobs, and transformed the United States from a backward agricultural country into a powerful industrial country. For this reason alone, these first-generation American industrialists are much stronger than some of the rich people who even want to snatch the business of small stalls and hawkers. Although they are all capitalists, there are also differences in the pattern of capitalists. The Hope is the protagonist of this race today. Stop adding coal to the furnace. Vanderbilt looked at the Berkeley village dock that was looming in the distance and the sparse farmhouses scattered in the Jinshan Bay area, and ordered the boiler operator to stop adding coal to the fire room of the boiler furnace. He had already had enough of sailing. He was not a person who did not understand the ways of the world. He was only in front of people he hated, and he was very niggardly and unwilling to give in. And Liang Zhao was not the kind of person he hated. Vanderbilt also understood the significance of the Hope to the Californians, and he did not need to pour cold water on the Californians who were in high spirits. Your decision is very wise. Theodore looked at the crowd waiting at the terminal and said, sometimes winning or losing is important, and sometimes it is not so important. Shipbuilding expert Jeremiah stuck his head out of the window of the cockpit and sighed at the Hope that was tightly attached to the Sacramento. It is already remarkable to be able to build a steamship with such superior performance in less than a year, Theodore also agreed. The Sacramento used the most advanced technology 5 years ago. It was rare for the San Francisco shipyard, which started from scratch, to have such performance in the speed competition. Due to Vanderbilt's release of water, the Hope finally surpassed the Sacramento in the last half mile and arrived at the finish line, narrowly winning the Sacramento. Sven was not happy to win the water race. He was a little angry and felt insulted. As an old sailor, Sven knew very well that he could win because Vanderbilt deliberately released water. Liang Zhao walked off the Hope amid the cheers of the crowd. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Hope. He waved his hand and gave a bonus of $5,000 to the shipbuilding experts, engineers and shipbuilding workers who participated in the design, research and manufacture of the Hope. Even if the water race was lost, Liang Zhao would still give this bonus, which they deserved. Regardless of winning or losing, the Hope met his psychological expectations. Chapter 161 The Beginning of the Railway Empire. Vanderbilt has begun to enter the railway industry in a big way, which is a brand new field for him. He planned to become the president of Stonington Railway Company. A small Stonington Railway Company obviously could not satisfy his ambition. Either do it or be the best. This is Vanderbilt's life creed. Liang Zhao exchanged some shares of Stonington Railway Company with the shares of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company last year. Now he is also one of the shareholders of Stonington Railway Company. When Vanderbilt was elected as the president of Stonington Railway Company, Liang Zhao also gave Vanderbilt support. In addition to Stonington Railway Company, Vanderbilt also annexed the New York and Harlem Railway Company, and planned to start his railway empire based on these two railway companies. When the railway just emerged in America, Vanderbilt had a strong interest in the railway, a new mode of transportation, but a small accident in 1834 made him have a shadow on the railway. It was the summer of 1834. He was exactly 40 years old that year. He was enjoying the beautiful scenery along the Hudson River with his friends by the railroad tracks along the Hudson River. A train, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, broke away from the unreliable rails and rushed towards Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt almost died in this train accident. The derailed train, the passengers crushed on the track by the train, the cold corpses, the panicked crowd covered in blood, and the crying children, these images always appeared in his mind whenever he wanted to enter the railway transportation industry. This accident left a big shadow on Vanderbilt, changing his idea of entering the railway transportation industry. He even vowed never to get involved in the railway transportation industry in his life. I heard that you bought out the control of the railway along the Hudson River from New York to Albany, and also acquired the New York and Harlem Railway Company. Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt got off the ship and left the noisy little dock in Berkeley. Vanderbilt bought out the control of the railway along the Hudson River from New York to Albany, and the intention of acquiring the New York and Harlem Railroad Company was very obvious. He planned to start from the monopoly of New York's rail transportation and began to create his own railroad empire. This was very smart. Vanderbilt already controlled all the ferries in New York State, and now he controlled the rail transportation in New York State. In the future, people in New York State will have to rely on Vanderbilt, the transportation tycoon, whether they choose to travel by water or by land. New York has a large population and is one of the richest cities in the United States. As long as it is properly operated, the railway company will be profitable in a relatively short period of time. I originally wanted to acquire the Delaware and Hudson Railroad Company and the New York Central Railroad Company, but I didn't expect that the Delaware and Hudson Railroad Company had been taken by you first, and the acquisition of the New York Central Railroad also encountered some resistance, Vanderbilt said with regret. I could have started higher. Liang Zhao started with the shares of Delaware and Hudson Railway Company purchased from Wu Yuanhua, and then asked Strauss to buy some shares from retail investors, thus controlling the railway company. His personal shareholding in Delaware and Hudson Company has exceeded half, and it is no longer meaningful for Vanderbilt to acquire Delaware and Hudson Railway Company. Even if Vanderbilt wanted to acquire Delaware and Hudson Railway Company, Liang Zhao would not agree. Delaware and Hudson Railway Company is one of the few railway companies in the United States that has advanced technology. Liang Zhao used the technical reserves of Delaware and Hudson Railway Company to develop the Pioneer, otherwise the development of the Pioneer would not be so smooth. Many technical backbones of California Railway Company also worked for Delaware and Hudson Railway Company. Liang Zhao originally planned to hold some shares of New York Central Railway Company, but his relationship with New York State was delicate last year, and the acquisition of New York Central Railway encountered some obstacles. Liang Zhao did not expect that Vanderbilt, who is also from New York State, would also encounter obstacles in acquiring New York Central Railway Company. "This is really a pity," Liang Zhao sighed. "I didn't expect that in the free business of America, which advocates freedom, there would be so many unfree things. There are so many unfree things. I envy you very much. You are all powerful in California. You can do whatever you want. No one can stop you. In New York, I have nothing but some dirty money. In order to expand my business, I have to deal with all kinds of people." Vanderbilt pointed to the small train station in Berkeley Village and asked in confusion. "Such a small village is also building a railway. It's a small village now, but with a population growth rate in California, it will develop into a city with a population of tens of thousands in a few years." Liang Zhao saw that Vanderbilt was interested in the train station in Berkeley Village, so he took Vanderbilt to the train station in Berkeley Village. The engineering technology of the time was not enough to support him to build a bridge across Jinshan Bay with a length of 8 or 9 miles. Liang Zhao wanted to build a railway from San Francisco to Sacramento, so he had to choose to go around Jinshan Bay. Later generations also did the same. The railway route planned by Liang Zhao was similar to that of later generations, except that the time for building the railway was advanced by more than 10 years. Because in another time and space, although gold was discovered in California, all the gold was plundered by the Eastern Consortium, and they did not care about the development of California. Liang Zhao's sudden appearance changed everything. Now most of the gold in California will be used to develop California. The railway line from San Francisco to Berkeley Village has been completed. After completing the journey around Jinshan Bay, the railway will continue to extend northeastward until it reaches Sacramento. "How much dividend will I get from Xiangshan Gold Mining Company? In order to support you in protest to the government and Congress, I stopped all of my routes and suffered a lot of losses," Vanderbilt asked as he walked towards the Berkeley train station. To get dividends from Xiangshan Gold Mining Company was the purpose of Vanderbilt's trip. Buying out the control of the railroad along the Hudson River from New York to Albany and acquiring the New York and Harlem Railroad Company has already cost him $4.6 million in bank deposits. In order to monopolize the sea route from the east to California, he also had to fight a price war with Aspinwall's Pacific Mail Steamship Company. This route, which originally brought him millions of dollars in revenue every year, now had to be operated at his own expense. Coupled with some expenses on other routes, Vanderbilt now had little cash left. The original $8.2 million in deposits in the bank now only had $3.3 million left. He urgently needed California gold to make up for the loss. Only with a larger cash flow in hand could he continue to expand his railroad empire. Chapter 162 Opportunity to subvert the industry. There are two main sources for Vanderbilt to obtain gold in California. One is from his 20% share dividend in Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. In order to win over Vanderbilt and people in Vanderbilt's circle, Liang Zhao used 30% of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company's shares and the right of first refusal to purchase land in the Sacramento gold-producing area in exchange for 5% to 20% of the shares of Stonington Railway Company and their shipyards, steam engine factories and other factories. Of the 30% shares of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company, 20% is held by Vanderbilt, and the remaining 10% is divided among his old friends. As for the other source of gold, it is the Staten Mining Company established by Vanderbilt and his old friends. The scale of this mining company is only slightly smaller than that of Boston Company, and the profits are also very substantial. However, Liang Zhao did not participate in the Staten Mining Company. How much profit Staten Mining Company can bring to Vanderbilt, Liang Zhao has no way of knowing, only Vanderbilt and his friends know. You personally hold 20% of the shares of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. According to this shareholding ratio, you can probably get a dividend of about $4.1 million. Liang Zhao thought carefully and said, "You need to go back and check carefully to know how much dividend you can get. It won't be much different from this number." Liang Zhao reported a number that made Vanderbilt very satisfied. Counting the $2.8 million of income brought to him by Staten Mining Company, he can get $6.9 million in funds from the California gold industry. Counting the $3 million in deposits in the bank, He now has more than $10 million in cash, which can fully support him to make a big move in the railway industry. Vanderbilt's guys are also very satisfied with this dividend figure, because according to this ratio, their 10% shares can also get more than $2 million in dividends from Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. $1 million is a very considerable fortune for the richest people in America like Vanderbilt and Buckhouse, not to mention these small rich people. This is simply a huge sum of money. It seems that there is no more profitable way in the world than digging for gold directly, Vanderbilt sighed. In less than a year, he made $6.9 million from the gold industry, which was more than he made in 10 years of shipping. However, Vanderbilt did not indulge in gold mining. He thought that gold mining was fun for a while, but it was not a long-term solution. His purpose of obtaining gold from California was just to raise enough funds to enter the railway industry. It's a pity that this gold mining will not last long. I heard that the gold resources in the Sacramento area have been exhausted, Theodore sighed, regretting that he had not joined the gold mining army in California earlier. The gold resources in the Sacramento area have indeed been exhausted, but the Sacramento area is only a small part of California. There are still many places in California with gold, such as Nevada and some mountainous areas. A lot of gold has also been found in these places, Liang Zhao smiled. He was not worried about the depletion of California's gold resources. California was still the second largest gold-producing state in the United States until 1988, more than 100 years later, when 602,505 ounces of gold were mined. Nevada was the first. With the technology of this era, it was impossible to mine all the gold in California in just a few years. It was just that it was hard to find a rich gold mining area like Sacramento where gold could be easily picked up. People who were used to eating delicacies from mountains and seas would find it difficult to adapt to eating simple meals. This was the mentality of Theodore and others now. I hope there will be such a big harvest next year, Theodore smiled. I can selflessly share with you a priceless business secret. Gold has also been discovered in Australia, Liang Zhao said. If you are interested, you can join me in entering Australia and fight side by side. Gold has also been discovered in Australia? Vanderbilt's eyes lit up when he heard this. But Australia is the territory of the British, and the situation is much more complicated than California. Yes, it depends on whether you have the courage to enter Australia, Liang Zhao said lightly. This is tempting news. Vanderbilt was very interested in this news. He had already tasted the sweetness of the gold rush industry, and this explosive news was very attractive to him. But now Vanderbilt found something more interesting, that is, the rails laid by Liang Zhao's California Railway Company. The rails laid by the California Railway Company are very fine. Not only is there a thick layer of gravel under the rails, but the rails are also spiked with high-quality spikes to fix the rails. This is rare in the eastern region where inferior rails are prevalent. Moreover, Vanderbilt had never seen the shape of Liang Zhao's rails before. The cost of laying these rails is very high, right? Vanderbilt, who has a keen business sense, squatted down to check the rails that had just been laid. Since he has decided to enter the railway industry, he must have made a detailed investigation of the railway transportation industry in the United States. Not only the railway transportation industry in the United States, but also the railway transportation industry in the United Kingdom. The high rate of railway accidents is a chronic disease in the railway industry in the United States. There are many reasons for the high rate of railway accidents in the United States. In addition to the objective reasons such as late start and backward technology, the American Railway Company pursues short-term interests, and short-sightedness is the more important reason. Backward technology can still catch up, but short-sightedness cannot be saved by God. Poor quality rails are the main reason for the frequent traffic accidents on American railways. Vanderbilt is clear about this, and many senior executives of railway companies are also well aware of it. But they are unwilling to make changes. Because wanting to make changes is equivalent to admitting that the frequent railway accidents are caused by poor quality tracks, and it costs a lot to demolish these existing tracks and relay qualified tracks. Not only does it cost to dismantle the tracks, but it also costs money to lay tracks. The routes that are out of service have to bear hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses every moment. Only the lines that are in operation can bring huge profits to the railway companies. This price is something that all senior executives of railway companies are unwilling to bear. As for casualties caused by accidents, it is not them who die anyway. In fact, Many wealthy businessmen who invest in railway companies are very reluctant to take trains when they travel, because they know the risks better than anyone else. Therefore, although they are engaged in the railway transportation industry, they prefer to travel by carriage and steamship when they travel. They cherish their lives very much. If there is an accident that causes casualties, they can just use money to buy off the news media public relations. The public relations cost is much lower than directly demolishing the inferior rails and laying new tracks to completely solve the problem. They also exaggerated the high railway accident rate in Britain, France and other countries in newspapers. Whenever there is a railway accident in the country across the Atlantic, it is written about in newspapers, which makes the American people gradually accept the reality of the railway accident rate. In this era of relatively closed information, newspapers are the main way for the United States, which is located on the edge of the world, to obtain information. They believe in newspapers, especially authoritative newspapers. Under the exaggeration of these unscrupulous media, the American people even sympathized with the Europeans across the ocean, thinking that compared with them, the railway transportation in the United States is safe. The railway companies in the United States are also very conscientious. At least when there is an accident, the attitude of apology is very sincere and some compensation will be given. In fact, before the mid-19th century, the general accident rate of the American railway transportation industry was 3.87 times that of the United Kingdom and 3.54 times that of France, and the major accident rate was 5.86 times that of the United Kingdom and 5.73 times that of France. This situation did not change until the Civil War, because some soldiers who took the train to the front line were injured or killed in railway accidents before they reached their destination, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Military trains that provided logistics for the army often failed to arrive on time due to accidents, delaying military opportunities. The frequent railway accidents made the American government and Congress intolerable to the American railway companies. Is this railway open to traffic? After carefully examining the excellent tracks laid by Liang Zhao's California Railway Company, Vanderbilt looked up at Liang Zhao. He saw an opportunity from this kind of railroad, an opportunity that was enough to subvert the American railway industry, which made him very excited. Vanderbilt had a bold idea in his mind, which could reverse his disadvantage of entering the railway transportation industry relatively late. It's open, but there are fewer trains every day. Every train station under the California Railway Company, regardless of size, is equipped with a telegraph room for communication between stations. Liang Zhao told Connie to go to the telegraph room to get a special train. He and Vanderbilt were going to take the train back to San Francisco. The railway around Jinshan Bay connected several large and small villages built along Jinshan Bay, making every village in the Jinshan Bay area accessible. After the opening of the railway around Jinshan Bay, the population of these villages has increased significantly, especially Zin's village, which has a population of 2,000 people and is submitting applications to the California government and the state legislature to build a town or even a city. However, Liang Zhao did not intend to approve these applications. Liang Zhao did not intend to set up towns and cities in the villages near Jinshan Bay. He planned to build a metropolitan area around Jinshan Bay. The villages and towns near Jinshan Bay were set up in districts to facilitate unified management. The geographical location of Zin's village is more than 60 kilometers southeast of downtown San Francisco, which is roughly equivalent to the later San Jose City, the third largest city in California in the future. There is a valley called Santa Clara near the village. This valley has a world-famous name in the future, Silicon Valley. However, there are only some scattered cultivated fields in this valley now, which is very desolate. Zin's village is named because of the many swamps near it. The growth rate of the number of immigrants in California is much faster than the expansion rate of the urban area of San Francisco. Many immigrants who do not want to stay in the urban area of San Francisco have begun to migrate to surrounding areas to welcome a new life. Zin's village is one of the ideal migration places for immigrants. There are vast uncultivated unowned lands and rivers. The water resources are very rich and suitable for agricultural planting. After the opening of the train line from downtown San Francisco to Zin's village, the transportation here has become very convenient. I believe that soon, it will develop into another large western city. The piercing sound of steam whistles brought Liang Zhao back to reality. The huge pioneer train was puffing smoke and slowly drove into the Berkeley Village train station. Thanks to the book friend Yim and Wima for the 10,000 reward. On June 4, The book friends Nia and Min now gave 5,000 points, which together with the previous rewards just exceeded 10,000 points. I will try to return this reward tomorrow. These two chapters are difficult to understand without maps. I will post the pictures in the book review area first, and then study how to post picture Easter egg chapters. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Godlike Feeling. When Vanderbilt first saw the Pioneer, he had a hunch that this type of train would soon become popular throughout the United States and be recorded in the history of the development of American railway transportation. Unlike the toy-like locomotives launched by major railway companies in the East, the first impression of the Pioneer locomotive is that it is reliable, strong, and powerful. The innovative 4-4-0 guide wheel and drive wheel configuration is also eye-catching. Is this the locomotive you designed? My God, the old-fashioned locomotives used by the Eastern Railway Company more than 10 or 20 years ago are just children's toys compared to the Pioneer. Theodore looked at Liang Zhao in surprise. It was designed by the engineering team of the California Railway Company. I just provided them with some ideas and thoughts, Liang Zhao said lightly. He is not proficient in the specific technical details of train design. In terms of technology, he is not even as good as these outstanding engineers in the 19th century. However, the information, knowledge reserves, advanced ideas and thoughts accumulated in the era of information explosion, and his outstanding and unique vision are unmatched by anyone of his time. The outstanding engineers of this era are more powerful than Liang Zhao expected. Just give them some ideas and tips and they can often bring you unexpected surprises. Steam engine manufacturer Theodore Secker is the supplier of steam engines for many railway companies. The steam engines manufactured by his steam engine factory are top-notch in the United States. Theodore has also personally participated in the design of locomotives. He is an expert in locomotives. He couldn't believe that this epoch-making locomotive was designed and manufactured by a new railway company that had just been established for less than a year. As for why Theodore knew that this locomotive was called the Pioneer, the reason was very simple. The black locomotive was painted with white paint with its name and number. The outspoken Theodore looked at Vanderbilt, who was as shocked as he was. No offense to my old friend, the Stonington Railroad and the New York and Harlem Railroad are still using the DeWitt Clinton and West Point locomotives, which are more than 10 or 20 years old. Compared with the Pioneer, they are indeed outdated and should be retired. To be precise, the locomotives used by the Stonington Railroad and the New York and Harlem Railroad should be improved models of the DeWitt Clinton and West Point locomotives. But no matter how much they are modified, it cannot cover up the fact that these two old guys are outdated. The speed of less than 30 miles per hour and the pitiful carrying capacity of less than 40 tons can no longer meet the current market demand. Not to mention the factor of safety hazards. Vanderbilt looked grim. If his railroad company continued to operate in its current state, he would not be able to defeat his opponents and become the leader of the industry. He must make some changes to change the current status of the Stonington Railroad and the New York and Harlem Railroad. Otherwise, his investment in the railroad industry will be wasted. I didn't expect that I could learn about railroads from Liang Zhao when I went to California this time. Since the last time he came to California, Vanderbilt has developed a strong interest in Liang Zhao. After returning to New York, he also made a special effort to learn about Liang Zhao's birth country. As far as he knows, this is a vast agricultural country with a large population, and people cultivate and produce in the most traditional way. Vanderbilt didn't understand how this guy, who grew up in a country without a steam engine, a railroad track, or a train, could know so much about the railway transportation industry. Is this what is called talent? If it is talent, this young man's talent is too terrible. Theodore, you make a lot of sense. The antiques that my railway company is still using should really be retired. Vanderbilt was not a person who would not listen to other people's opinions. He admitted this frankly. But whether the Pioneer is flashy or true to its appearance, you must ride it yourself and experience it before you can make the final judgment. As he said, Vanderbilt boarded the train. Before boarding the train, Theodore curiously patted the black locomotive to confirm whether it was sturdy. The result is obvious. The workmanship of the Pioneer is very solid and impeccable. After entering the carriage, the first feeling for everyone is comfort. very comfortable. This comfort is reflected in all aspects. The carriage is spacious enough and high enough. Even Vanderbilt, who is 6 feet, 183 cm, tall, does not have to worry about hitting his head when standing upright. The fur seats are also very comfortable to sit on. The carriage is clean and tidy. The spotless glass can enjoy the beautiful scenery outside the window even if it is not opened. In comparison, the carriages of the same level of Eastern Railway companies are simply hell. As soon as everyone sat down, the conductor pushed a dining car and served them steaming fresh food and thoughtfully prepared clean and hygienic tableware. The food on the train is very rich. Dutch sea bass, truffle-wrapped chicken, Brittany sauce broad bean puree with grilled lamb chops, baked rabbit, stewed oysters, cabbage soup, hot coffee, burgundy red wine. These dishes and fine wines were served one by one on the table, almost filling up the already small table. In addition to these, Liang Zhao even prepared a box of cigarettes that had just been launched by the cigarette factory for each person, and also a box of matches. I feel like a god. Jeremiah, a shipbuilding expert, could not wait to tear off the thigh meat of the truffle-wrapped chicken and put it into his mouth as soon as he sat down. Although the train attendant on Liang Zhao's train prepared tableware for him, he still preferred to eat this kind of hard food directly with his hands. Jeremiah, please behave like a gentleman. We are decent people after all. Oh, my God, your eating manners are too ugly, Theodore scolded Jeremiah while grabbing a piece of roasted lamb chops and dipping it in some mashed potatoes, and started to eat. Your eating manners are not much better. Jeremiah raised his head and wiped his greasy mouth, and rolled his eyes at Theodore. Vanderbilt did not touch these rich delicacies. It was not because he was not hungry, but because he liked to smoke a few puffs of cigarettes before eating. This was his unshakable habit before and after meals, because he believed that smoking helped digestion. Although his private doctor had clearly told him that this view was ridiculous, he still believed it firmly. What a meticulous service. Your railway company is a good example for me to learn from, Vanderbilt said in a very sincere tone. He was a person who was good at learning from others' strengths. Even if his competitors or people he hated had something worth learning, he was willing to lower himself to learn. I feel honored to be your role model, Liang Zhao said. He also had plans to enter the Eastern Railway Transportation Company. Vanderbilt was undoubtedly a good partner, and of course, the most threatening competitor. Vanderbilt's son William was also freed from the farm this time and followed Vanderbilt to California to broaden his horizons. Like his father, William was also a heavy smoker. William's impression in Vanderbilt's mind was only slightly better than that of Connie. Unlike Connie, William did not give up completely like Connie, but tried to prove himself to his father. As the eldest son of the Vanderbilt family, he was capable of shouldering the responsibility of the Vanderbilt family. He managed the farm that Vanderbilt gave him well, but Vanderbilt never praised him, and his attitude towards him was as bad as before. This made William very disappointed and frustrated. All he needed was a word of encouragement and comfort from his father. And his father treated these words of praise and affirmation as stingy as the dollars in his wallet, and these words were difficult to say from his mouth. Thinking of this, William felt more and more depressed and depressed. Chapter 164 Stupid Idiot. William, who was very depressed, decided to smoke to relieve his sorrow. He took out a Havana cigar from his shirt pocket, played with it in his hand, cut it with scissors, lit it, and began to smoke. Seeing William smoking, Vanderbilt was very unhappy. He smoked himself, but he didn't like to see his children smoking. Seeing this, William's wife Maria Kisimu hurriedly winked at William and asked William to put out the cigar in his hand. She knew that her father-in-law didn't like to see his children smoking in front of him. Vanderbilt, as the head of the Vanderbilt family, has supreme authority, and Maria is afraid of her father-in-law's authority. Just like his attitude towards Connie, Vanderbilt never had high hopes for William, thinking that William not only did not have the spirit of his youth, but was also not as smart as other children. Such a person is obviously not qualified as the future heir of the Vanderbilt family. However, William has given him a big surprise in the past 2 years. In order to train William, Vanderbilt handed over a 70-acre farm on Staten Island to William and his wife. When handing the farm over to William, Vanderbilt thought that as long as William did not bankrupt the farm, everything would be fine. But William's performance far exceeded Vanderbilt's expectations. This 70-acre farm that was about to go bankrupt not only came back to life in William's hands, but William also annexed 150 acres of surrounding land, expanding the area of the farm to 220 acres. William thought that his achievements were enough to make his father look at him with admiration, but he did not expect his father's attitude towards him to be still lukewarm. Vanderbilt had his considerations. Although William performed well on Staten Farm, it was much more difficult to run the Vanderbilt family business than to revive a farm on the verge of bankruptcy. William is not yet qualified to be the heir of the Vanderbilt family. Vanderbilt decided to give William, a weak-willed fool, a little humiliation, or a little experience. Billy, William's nickname, "You stupid fool, I hope you can quit smoking. If you can do it, I will give you $100,000 as a reward," Vanderbilt said to William very seriously. William was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly put out the Havana cigar in his hand and threw it out of the train window. What he wanted was not $100,000, but the affirmation and attention from his father. Seeing his father writing a check, William said to Vanderbilt very honestly, "Father, you don't have to give me money. Your hope for me is enough for me to quit smoking." Honest William didn't expect that he would face his father's humiliation in the next second. "Billy, have you forgotten who your father is? Your father is a cunning profiteer. How can you easily believe the words of a cunning profiteer? You are already 30 years old this year, but you are still so immature. Here is your $10, as he said. Vanderbilt threw a $10 check in front of William. Although William had a good temper and was honest, he could not stand being teased by his father in front of so many people. He left the train car angrily and ran to the small terrace where the two carriages were connected to get some fresh air to relieve his bad mood. "Connie, go and accompany your brother," Liang Zhao said to Connie. Connie nodded, walked to the terrace where William was, and chatted with William, comforting his honest and straightforward brother. "My old friend, I think you are too much to Billy. You shouldn't tease your child in front of so many people." Vanderbilt's old neighbor and fellow villager, Vandazer, stood up for William. Vandazer watched William grow up since he was a child and understood William's character. He thought Vanderbilt was too harsh on William. "Brother, Billy is the eldest son and will inherit the Vanderbilt family's business in the future. If he doesn't have this psychological endurance, how can I be assured of handing over the Vanderbilt family's tens of millions of family business to him in the future?" Vanderbilt said in a reasonable manner. Although America does not have China's patriarchal system, the laws of most states favor the eldest son in terms of heirs. Under normal circumstances, the eldest son can inherit more than 90% of the family's property. Van Day said no more. He knew that he was not as eloquent as Vanderbilt in debate, and he did not want to make himself look bad. "The burgundy red wine you provided is very authentic. Where did you get it?" Vanderbilt said after taking a sip of the red wine. "It was a gift from a French coastal nobleman," Liang Zhao said truthfully. "Speaking of the French seaside aristocrats, I remembered what my old friend, Texas Governor Bell, told me," Vanderbilt said, holding his forehead. "Governor Bell's ancestors were also French seaside aristocrats. He asked me to ask you when you plan to pay the $5 million that California owes Texas. He is an impatient person, Mr. Vanderbilt, you are joking. Although California is a newly established state, it still has a state finance minister. You should ask the California finance minister about this. $5 million is not a small amount. Even for rich states like New York and Massachusetts, it is probably difficult to raise $5 million in a short period of time." Liang Zhao smiled. Vanderbilt rolled his eyes at Liang Zhao. He knew Liang Zhao's status in California very well. Without Liang Zhao's nod of approval, who would dare to be the California finance minister? That's right. It's not a small amount. So when can you raise $5 million? I will give this old friend an explanation after I go back, Vanderbilt asked with concern. The money has been raised. Although California is poor, it can still come up with $5 million. Governor Bell has helped California a lot. I plan to escort the money to Texas in person and visit him to thank this friend in person, Liang Zhao said. He has a plan to go to the east, so he can visit this friend in Texas. In the matter of Mexico's land donation, only the representative of Texas has stood on the side of California from beginning to end and gave California strong support. He also has a plan to build a railway. Unlike the Pacific Railway, this railway will start from Los Angeles and lead to Houston, the largest city in Texas. Texas has a large amount of cotton, which can provide a large amount of cheap raw materials for his cotton textile mill. The significance of this railway is not only limited to the economy, but also has far-reaching political and military significance. The Pacific Railway leads to the north, while this railway leads to the south. From a technical point of view, the construction of this railway from Los Angeles to Houston is less difficult than that of the Pacific Railway. Of course, the premise is that a small problem needs to be solved. And this small problem is that part of the railway needs to pass through Mexican territory. Chapter 165, A Match for the Match. The Mexican territory that the railway from Los Angeles to Houston had to pass through was the Gadsden Purchase in 1853. The Gadsden Purchase covered an area of about 77,000 square kilometers, located on the southern border of Arizona and New Mexico. Historically, the United States spent $10 million to purchase 77,000 square kilometers of land on the southern border of Arizona and New Mexico from Mexico in order to build a railway from California to Texas. After the Mexican-American War, the United States only paid $15 million in compensation to obtain 2.3 million square kilometers of land in Mexico. In comparison, spending $10 million to purchase 77,000 square kilometers was indeed a lot of money. In fact, in the Gadsden Purchase, the United States had a very big appetite at the beginning, intending to buy a total of 861,300 square kilometers of territory in 5 northern Mexican states and the Baja California Peninsula at a time of $50 million. The area of these territories accounted for about 42% of the total area of Mexico at the time. Although the then Mexican President Santa Anna was a freak dictator who came to power 11 times, with the longest term of 1 year and 16 days and the shortest term of 13 days, he also knew that if he sold Mexican territory in this way, he would not only be branded as a traitor, but also lose his life. In addition to the poor diplomatic relations between the United States and Mexico at the time, the complex political situation in Mexico and the intervention of European forces, the ambitious land purchase plan of the United States eventually failed. However, in the end, the United States still bought 77,000 square meters of land on the southern border of Arizona and New Mexico at a cost of $10 million. The reason why Mexico was willing to sell land was also very simple: there was no money. Mexican President Santa Anna needed the US dollar to support the army to maintain order in Mexico and suppress the opposition. Since I can't sell it all, I will sell a little bit, just 77,000 square kilometers. For a military dictator like President Santa Anna, whose ruling foundation is unstable, internal troubles are the real flood and beast compared to the external troubles of the United States. It can be said that Mexico's destiny as a great power was actually sold out by the selfish dictators, bureaucrats and landlords in Mexico in the 19th century. The 77,000 square kilometers of land purchased by Gadsden are mainly in the relatively flat area south of the Gila River, which is very suitable for building railways and is the most convenient area for California and Texas to establish a transportation corridor. Yuma, Tucson, El Paso, and other well-known cities in Arizona in later generations are located in the Gadsden Purchase. If the Gadsden Purchase can be promoted, California and Texas will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiaries. It's a pity that although the United States has great state power, it has no diplomatic power. Even if Liang Zhao is inflated, he can't directly bypass the U.S. government and negotiate the purchase of land with Mexico. The purchase of land from Mexico still needs to be handled by the federal government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course, the premise for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to come forward is to convince Congress and the President. At least the President must be convinced. There is also the matter of the Pacific Railway, which also needs to obtain the permission of the federal government. This railway crosses the territories of several territories. Without the support and permission of the federal government, even if he has explored the route, he can't build it. Therefore, it was necessary for Liang Zhao to go to the east and lobby these politicians in the east. The term of office of the current President Fillmore was only until 1853. Liang Zhao could support Fillmore's re-election, but he could not guarantee whether Fillmore could be re-elected successfully. With his power, he could manipulate California politics at will, but it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to manipulate American politics. It would be safer to complete what he wanted to do during Fillmore's term. He did not want to pin his future on the illusory next president. "Has your company registered the patent for the Pioneer and this type of railway?" Vanderbilt asked casually. "Of course it was registered," Liang Zhao said calmly, knowing that Vanderbilt was coveting his 2 patented technologies. "I want to talk to you about patent licensing." After thinking for a long time, Vanderbilt made a decision. He thought about buying advanced technology directly from the British Railway Company, but thinking of the unpleasant cooperation experience between the Stonington Railway Company and the British Railway Company, he quickly gave up the idea. Compared with the insidious and cunning British, Liang Zhao is a more reliable partner. The pattern is small. We should talk about the formulation of standards for the American railway industry. Liang Zhao took a sip of hot coffee. As soon as this was said, everyone in the carriage, except Vanderbilt, looked at Liang Zhao as if he was a fool. To formulate standards for the American railway industry, this kid is too arrogant, isn't he? Has he become the richest man in California for so long? Or has he forgotten how much he weighs? Does he really think that the eastern region is also California? Only Vanderbilt knew that this kid was not just talking big. It can only be said that this kid and he think the same thing. Although the American railway industry looks big, there is no giant in the industry that can monopolize the entire industry and have absolute discourse power. It is not impossible to formulate standards for this industry. It is time to sweep those garbage railway companies that treat human lives as worthless into the garbage dump. Mr. Vanderbilt, I think you should understand what I mean. Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt looked at each other, and their eyes touched each other. With your track patents and locomotive patents, as well as the strong capital you now hold, you can indeed do this, Vanderbilt affirmed Liang Zhao's strength. He carefully observed the railway tracks laid by the California Railway Company. Currently, only the Pioneer can use this kind of track. Unless Liang Zhao designs a locomotive wheel suitable for the inferior tracks of other railway companies and specifically for export, other railway companies in the United States will not be able to use this advanced locomotive. However, judging from Liang Zhao's attitude, he does not seem to change for this. In this case, the railway companies in the East can only stare at the advanced locomotives such as the Pioneer. As for plagiarizing Liang Zhao's technology, this is not a big problem. Liang Zhao's California Railway Company is not a small company that has just started and has limited funds. With Liang Zhao's financial resources, it is enough to support a legal team with top business capabilities. Moreover, since Liang Zhao has the ability to launch an epic-making advanced locomotive, such as the Pioneer in less than a year, he will naturally be able to develop more advanced locomotives in the future. Plagiarizing Liang Zhao's technology is not a long-term solution after all. Vanderbilt estimated Liang Zhao's property in his mind, or more precisely, the working capital that Liang Zhao could mobilize. A 20% stake in Xiangshan Gold Mining Company could earn a dividend of $4.1 million in less than a year. Liang Zhao's shareholding in Xiangshan Gold Mining Company was 60%, which means that Xiangshan Gold Mining Company alone could bring Liang Zhao tens of millions of dollars in income. Thinking of this, Vanderbilt felt that the young were formidable. You know, Liang Zhao's industries that could make profits were not only Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. Vanderbilt heard that Liang Zhao's mercury mine business was also booming, and the profit was no less than that of the gold mining industry. Unlike the gold mining industry, the mercury mines in California were controlled by Liang Zhao alone. Controlling the mercury mines was equivalent to strangling the lifeblood of all other gold mining companies, including his Staten Gold Mining Company. Vanderbilt boldly speculated that Liang Zhao's cash flow was likely to be more than $10 million, but $20 to $30 million or even more. According to the ranking of the richest people in the United States made by some boring newspapers in the East, the mainstream view is that Pickaxe is the richest man in the United States, followed by Vanderbilt, and Liang Zhao ranked third. It seems that it is time to update this ranking. Perhaps the richest man in the United States has changed hands. But why do you think I will cooperate with you? Vanderbilt changed the subject and his tone became a little unfriendly. You and I have both entered the railway transportation industry, and we are rivals, because you want to be the king of the railway transportation industry, Liang Zhao said in a very determined tone. Facing like-minded people, the ambitions between each other cannot be hidden. I am the only one in the United States who can happily take out more than $10 million to throw in the railway industry, the patent to technology of the only one and the cash flow of tens of millions of dollars. This is the confidence of Liang Zhao. Vanderbilt is already the king of ships and the shipping industry. How can he be willing to be just an ordinary railway tycoon after switching to the railway transportation industry? Perhaps Pickaxe could also come up with tens of millions of dollars in cash flow, but Pickaxe followed the teachings of his father, Astor, and was only interested in real estate and would not invest the money in other industries. especially in the railway transportation industry, which has large initial investment, higher risks, and a long payback period. Tens of millions of dollars in cash flow. Hearing this astronomical figure, the carriage suddenly became silent, and only the sound of the train could be heard. Theodore, Jeremiah and others instantly felt that the food in their hands was not fragrant. Tens of millions of dollars in cash flow. This is no longer a game that small and medium-sized rich people like them with only a few $1,000,000 can afford to play. Are you so sure that the railway transportation industry can make money? Vanderbilt broke the silence in the carriage. Facing Liang Zhao, he felt that he had met a match. This feeling was something he had never had when facing Esther. Based on his understanding of this late old rival and old enemy, this old rival did not have the courage of Liang Zhao. Tens of millions of dollars can be smashed at will. Such a crazy thing can only be done by this old man and young man in the carriage. Vanderbilt looked Liang Zhao in the eye. This is tens of millions of dollars. You can just throw it away. Aren't you afraid that it will all go to waste? Aren't you also planning to throw tens of millions of dollars into the railway transportation industry? Liang Zhao looked Vanderbilt in the eye and asked back. Ha ha ha. I've lived half my life, and I didn't expect that a young man like you would become the person who suits my taste the most. Vanderbilt laughed with his head raised. After speaking, Vanderbilt personally poured a full glass of red wine for Liang Zhao, and then filled it for himself. Cheers to our cooperation. Gadsden's land purchase is accompanied by pictures and Easter egg stamps will be issued later. Chapter 166 Historic Cooperation. Liang Zhao's courage comes from his foresight of the future. Railways are the future of transportation, and this has been proven by history. Liang Zhao is a time traveler. Seizing the opportunity of the times and becoming a trendsetter of the times is a basic operation for a time traveler. Standing on the cusp of the times, even pigs can take off. Moreover, the investment of more than $10 million is not all he has, and he can afford the gamble. Vanderbilt is a native of the time, and more than $10 million of working capital is all he has. Not all entrepreneurs have the courage to step out of their comfort zone and devote all their life's efforts to a new industry. Vanderbilt was born in the late 18th century, an era of constant war, economic slump, and social unrest. Vanderbilt grew up in the 19th century, an era when America gradually moved from an agricultural society to an industrial society. The economy underwent tremendous changes, and a large number of new things emerged like mushrooms after rain. Throughout the 19th century, he seized almost all the development opportunities of this era, made the most correct choices in every major social change, and seized the most correct time to go all in. In the 1830s, when sailing ships and steamships were changing, many ship owners were wavering between sailing ships and steamships and could not make a decision. Vanderbilt decisively sold the sailing fleet he had accumulated with great difficulty and went to work for the steamship owner Thomas Gibbons, entering the steam industry. In the late 1840s, facing the gold rush in California, he resolutely chose to confront the government head-on, personally open up the Nicaragua route and competed with a Pacific Mail steamship company with an official background, diverting the crowds going to Panama to the transportation channels he opened up. Now, he has made a decision to invest all his working capital in the railway transportation industry. It would be unjust if such a person could not make a fortune. Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt drank this glass of wine on the train. At this time, colleagues on the other side of the continent were still living in their comfort zone, unaware that at this moment, the two future railway tycoons of America had reached a cooperation in an ordinary train car. The railway transportation industry in the United States is about to usher in a bloody storm. Regarding the cooperation between Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt, later historians commented, the cooperation agreement reached by Mr. Liang and Mr. Vanderbilt in April 1851 disintegrated the remnants of the aristocracy in the 18th century, shook the conservative merchant elite, and destroyed many monopolies. It was they who made the concepts of freedom and fairness more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It is particularly noteworthy that their railway empire destroyed the barriers set by the states on interstate trade, promoted free trade in America, and defeated the 18th century culture of obedience and privileged class thinking. Strong courage and determination are the common points of Liang Zhao and Vanderbilt, and the two also have very different characteristics. That is, Vanderbilt only intervened in politics but did not participate in politics, while Liang Zhao both intervened in politics and participated in politics. There is no way to do this. Vanderbilt is of Dutch descent, and the Dutch are a strong ethnic group that has been accepted by mainstream American society. Liang Zhao is of Chinese descent. Except for California, no state in the United States has accepted this ethnic group. They are a disadvantaged ethnic group in the mainstream American society. Before the Civil War, the United States was a one-country, two-system society with American characteristics. The North practiced capitalist democracy, and the South practiced slavery. The whole society was in a serious state of division. In short, the American state system was not determined, and the cohesion was not strong. If Liang Zhao wanted to gain a foothold in America, he still had a chance. When the American state system was determined and the whole society formed a relatively strong centripetal force and cohesion, Liang Zhao and the Chinese behind him would no longer have the possibility of turning over in America. The 10 years before the Civil War were Liang Zhao's last chance. This is why Liang Zhao, as a businessman, wanted to participate in California politics, become a political leader in California, and even unconstitutionally concentrate power. Amid the clinking of glasses, the Pioneer train arrived in San Francisco. Although the Pioneer was fast, its speed was only 35 miles, 56 km, not as fast as the high-speed trains of later generations that could easily reach more than 200 kilometers per hour. When everyone got off the bus in San Francisco, the night sky was already dotted with stars. "Sven, you look a little unhappy." Liang Zhao looked at Sven, who looked unhappy. "If you were a sailor, you might understand my feelings," Sven said sadly. "It is my honor to have a speed race with a famous ship king. It is the dream of all sailors to win the ship king, but I don't want to win this race in this way. It is an insult to me. I can understand your feelings, but Vanderbilt is more of a businessman than a sailor." "Sailing is not his main business," Liang Zhao said. After returning to Tingtao Garden, Connie took out a check for $60,000 and handed it to Liang Zhao. "Sir, I still owe you $230,000. I will pay you $60,000 first, and I will pay the rest later." Since following Liang Zhao, Connie's life has gradually entered the right track. He quit gambling and rarely lingered in brothels. His construction company was also doing well, and he had accumulated a considerable amount of assets. As for the debts that Connie owed Liang Zhao, they were all gambling debts. Some of them were gambling debts he owed to Brannan Casino, and some were gambling debts he owed after returning to California in 1850. "I hope you can learn a lesson in the future. I will show you a clear way to pay off your gambling debts." Liang Zhao accepted Connie's check for $60,000. Connie was a man with a strong sense of self-esteem, and forgiving his gambling debts was an insult to him. "What clear way? What other ways do you have to make money?" Connie's eyes lit up and he said expectantly. "Invest in Umbrella Company and become the original shareholder of Umbrella Company," Liang Zhao said mysteriously. Umbrella Company was his gold mining company in Australia, and Liang Zhao did not raise funds for this company publicly. "Umbrella Company," Connie said, stroking his chin. "Is it the Australian gold mining company that you discussed with the British? Isn't this company open to the public for fundraising?" "It's not open to the public, but you are my assistant. I can give you a little privilege," Liang Zhao said lightly. "Thank you, sir," Connie said gratefully. "If possible, I would like to extend our employment contract." "Didn't you say before that you wanted to terminate this slave contract as soon as possible?" Liang Zhao joked. "I was ignorant at that time, but now I finally understand why Senior Strauss and Senior Jones both hope to stay with you as assistants. They can learn a lot from you," Connie said very frankly. "My father is a very arrogant person, often looking down on others, but I can see that he admires you very much. When you have my wealth, your father will also admire you." Liang Zhao remembered that Vanderbilt treated Connie as an air person almost all the time today, and didn't even look at Connie. There is no deep hatred between father and son, and Vanderbilt's behavior is indeed a bit excessive. "Today, your father not only didn't treat your brother well, but he didn't treat you well either." "I don't care. I figured it out. I live for myself, not for my father," Connie said with relief. "It's my brother William. This poor guy still wants the attention of that hard-hearted old man. I feel so sorry for him." "Maybe your father is a person who is not good at expressing his emotions." Before Liang Zhao finished speaking, Connie's eyes rolled up, revealing the whites of his eyes. A strange sound came out of his throat, and white foam flowed from the corners of his mouth. Liang Zhao habitually reached out his hand and supported Connie's stiff body. Chapter 167. Do I have a grudge against you? Connie suffers from epilepsy, but the frequency of his seizures is not high. Since Connie started working for Liang Zhao, Liang Zhao remembered that Connie had only had 4 or 5 seizures. Liang Zhao helped Connie to the sofa to rest. What shocked Liang Zhao was that Vanderbilt didn't know that his son had epilepsy. "What's wrong with Connie?" Vanderbilt asked with a frown. "As a father, you don't know that your son has epilepsy." Liang Zhao felt a little speechless. William was used to it. He took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the foam from the corner of Connie's mouth. Then he asked Liang Zhao's servants for a blanket to cover Connie to prevent Connie from catching a cold. "My brother suffered from this disease when he was in business school," William said calmly. "He was worried that it would affect your career if you knew it, so he didn't tell you." Vanderbilt remained silent. Mr. Vanderbilt, as a businessman, you are very successful, but as a father, you are a failure. After saying this, Liang Zhao left the hall and went to the study. He was not interested in asking more about Vanderbilt's family affairs. Liang Zhao sat down at the desk, sorted out his thoughts based on the materials on the desk, and continued to compile the Complete History of All Nations, which is the world history textbook for elementary and middle schools in California. Not long after Liang Zhao arrived at the study, Vanderbilt knocked on the door of Liang Zhao's study. This was the first time Vanderbilt knocked before entering the house. "Please come in." Liang Zhao put down the work at hand. "I'm here to thank you and apologize to you." Vanderbilt found a sofa and sat down, then continued. "I am very happy to see the changes that have taken place in Connie. He is better than I thought. All your children are better than you think." Liang Zhao felt very fresh. This guy actually thanked people sometimes. Vanderbilt's sons were not as bad as he thought. Not only Connie was not so bad, but the eldest son William was not so bad either. After inheriting his property, William earned almost as much money in less than 8 years as his father earned in his entire life. The Vanderbilt family reached its peak under William. However, Vanderbilt made so much wealth from scratch. In terms of ability and vision, Vanderbilt is actually more outstanding, there is no doubt about that. As for Vanderbilt's youngest son, George Washington, who died young in the war, his ability is not very good. Liang Zhao didn't know what Vanderbilt meant by the apology he said to him, and looked at Vanderbilt with some doubts. "You haven't done anything to let me down, why do you want to apologize to me?" He thought about it, but he couldn't think of what Vanderbilt had done to let him down. Vanderbilt opened his bag, took out a photo frame from the bag, and placed it on Liang Zhao's desk. Liang Zhao glanced at the photo frame and saw a silver plate photo of Elizabeth embedded in the frame. Elizabeth in the photo was smiling sweetly at him. "Elizabeth didn't come this time because she was angry with you. This is the gift she entrusted me to give you," Vanderbilt said with guilt. "Angry with me?" Liang Zhao felt puzzled. "Ahem, after returning to the East, she wrote you a lot of letters, but she never received any reply from you," Vanderbilt said with 2 dry coughs. "Letter? I didn't receive her letter," Liang Zhao said bluntly. "Of course you didn't receive it. I intercepted all these letters and threw them into the sea," Vanderbilt said. "Do I have a grudge against you?" Liang Zhao rolled his eyes at Vanderbilt. "So I came to apologize to you, and I hope you can forgive me." Vanderbilt stood up, took off his hat, and bowed to Liang Zhao to apologize. "I hope to find a good home for my daughter and find a suitable husband, but you are too outstanding. You are the only one who makes me feel that my daughter is not worthy of you." Vanderbilt is not so much looking for a son-in-law as it is looking for an assistant for himself. He hopes that his son-in-law has strong personal abilities, but at the same time, he hopes that his son-in-law's personal abilities are below his, so that he can be controlled and used easily. Obviously, Liang Zhao, who has outstanding abilities, is not such a person. He will not accept his control, let alone listen to his orders. "You should not control the lives of your children." Liang Zhao picked up the teacup on the desk and took a sip of tea. "From now on, I, an old man, will no longer interfere in the affairs between you young people." After saying that, Vanderbilt got up and left Liang Zhao's study. The 2,000 rifled M1842s that Liang Zhao ordered from the Springfield Armory in Springfield, Massachusetts, have arrived. Not only can all the infantry regiments in California be equipped with this most advanced light weapon in the United States, but even the militia regiment can have one for each person. According to California law, California citizens are obliged to serve in the militia. During the service, the state government provides accommodation and food subsidies, but no military pay. Military pay is only provided when performing tasks. Those who perform well during their service in the militia will be promoted to the California Infantry Regiment first and enjoy the same treatment as regular soldiers. Rifle guns are expensive to make, time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the production of Springfield armor is also very limited. Originally, Liang Zhao could not buy 2,000 rifles, but he paid more money. The Springfield Armory did not hesitate to give priority to Liang Zhao's California Infantry and Militia Regiment with 1,000 rifled M1842s that were originally to be delivered to the Washington Light Infantry Regiment. After the end of the Mexican-American War, there were no large-scale new wars, and these American arsenals had a hard time. There was nothing that could not be obtained by paying more. If there was, it must be that you did not pay enough. In addition, Liang Zhao also ordered 500 Springfield M1847s, which is a short rifle for cavalry, which can be understood as a short-barreled model of the Springfield M1842. The length of the entire gun is only 1,041 millimeters, while the length of the regular version of the Springfield is 1,470 millimeters. Liang Zhao used these cavalry rifles to equip cavalry to make up for the lack of range of revolvers. Relying on this large order, Liang Zhao also poached some gun designers from the Springfield Armory to California to work for his arsenal workshop. Spending money to buy arms is not a long-term solution after all. He hopes that the California Infantry Regiment can use the advanced weapons and equipment produced in the state as soon as possible. He knows that the Springfield Armory will not give him the best gunsmith in the factory, but it doesn't matter. When he goes to the east, he will personally take gold to the Springfield Armory to dig out their best gun designers. Compared with the Springfield M1842 muzzle-loading gun, Liang Zhao prefers the Dresser Striker gun, which has a more advanced design concept. He has sent people to Prussia to purchase this type of gun. In terms of artillery, General Tromelin of the French Navy promised to help him purchase some 12-pound smoothbore field guns from the Paris artillery factory. How much can be purchased depends on the artillery production and attitude of the Paris artillery factory. Liang Zhao's purchase of French guns is not for the sake of wine. Compared with the French guns, Liang Zhao is more concerned about the French shells. During this period, the French guns may not be the most advanced, but the French shells are really unique, especially the French howitzers, which are magical weapons. As for the more advanced artillery such as the Armstrong and Whitworth that shown during the Civil War, they were still in the design and trial production stage, and they could not be obtained even if they had money. As for artillery, Liang Zhao could only make do with it for the time being. Jinjin, notify Major Elvis and Lieutenant Colonel Deng Yan to come to my office to see me, Liang Zhao said to Hu Jinjin while looking at the map on the wall. Chapter 168 Prepare for a rainy day. Colonel, you're looking for me. Deng Yan and Elvis walked into Liang Zhao's study. Colonel Mason's infantry regiment has been severely damaged, and the War Department requires us in California to take charge of the defense of the Mexican border. Liang Zhao's eyes were fixed on the map of California on the wall, or more precisely, on an inconspicuous village in the south of Los Angeles, San Diego. San Diego is the closest settlement to the U.S.-Mexico border in California. The straight-line distance from San Diego to the Mexican border town of Tijuana is only about 22 kilometers. In addition, San Diego is located on the coast, with shipping and convenient transportation. It is undoubtedly the most suitable place to station troops on the U.S.-Mexico border. The only drawback is that San Diego's population is too sparse, and the total population of the entire village does not exceed 400. But this is just a small problem. San Diego is located on the coast of Southern California, with a warm climate and fertile land. It can accommodate a large population and has the potential to become a big city. In later generations, San Diego is the city in California with economic strength, second only to San Francisco and Los Angeles. The power of the Loyalty Society has infiltrated the Mexican town of Tijuana on the U.S.-Mexico border. San Diego in California was naturally not immune. The person in charge of the Loyalty Society at the U.S.-Mexico border was Deng Wanhao. Last year, Liang Zhao manipulated Deng Wanhao to be elected as the village chief of San Diego Village. Deng Wanhao was jealous of Los Angeles after learning that Liang Zhao had sent 3,000 immigrants to Los Angeles at one time. Since San Diego received a telegram, he called Liang Zhao every few days to beg him to immigrate to San Diego. Liang Zhao knew that this guy felt that his younger brother Deng Wenchen had become the mayor, and it was really embarrassing for him, the eldest brother of the Deng family, to be the village chief. California was responsible for its own defense, which was a good thing Liang Zhao had been looking forward to. The Mexican military is weak and unable to invade the United States. They have many internal contradictions. It's good that they don't fight a civil war. They are not a threat to us. Elvis served as an instructor and trained the Mexican government army. He knew exactly what the Mexican army was like. He made his judgment on this and did not think Mexico was a threat. We must prepare for everything. The relationship between the United States and Mexico is not harmonious, and California borders Mexico. We must be fully prepared, Liang Zhao said. The California Army stationed in the village of San Diego on the U.S.-Mexico border was on the one hand to deal with the War Department and to show it to the War Department. On the other hand, it was to put pressure on the Mexican government in the subsequent Gadsden Purchase. The Gadsden Purchase was something that had already happened in history. Even if Liang Zhao did not fan the flames and add fuel to the flames, this thing would have happened. It is still necessary to send an armed force to garrison the U.S.-Mexico border and show friendly greetings to Mexico. You are the highest military commander in California. I obey your command and arrangements. Elvis stood at attention and spoke in a sonorous tone. He guessed that Liang Zhao might want him to garrison San Diego. You are responsible for training the militia. The new equipment has arrived. Starting tomorrow, the militia will be equipped with rifles. I hope you can treat them equally and train them into real warriors, Liang Zhao said. You can select the instructors for the militia from the active officers of the infantry regiment. Liang Zhao had another candidate in San Diego, which is stationed on the U.S.-Mexico border. He asked Elvis to come to inform Elvis to let him train the militia of the California militia. The reason why Liang Zhao spent so much effort to train the militia was very simple, that is, there were not enough troops. He wanted to participate in forcing Japan to open its country. One regiment of regular troops was obviously not enough, not to mention that the main responsibility of the California Infantry Regiment was to ensure the security of California's territory, and he could not take them all away. Liang Zhao's rank was Army Colonel, and he could only have one regiment of regular troops. If he wanted to control more troops, he could only take advantage of the militia. The American militia organization and volunteer forces existed as reserves of the regular army, and the states were responsible for training them. As for the standards and requirements of militia, the militias of each state have no fixed standards, just like their various uniforms and strange military flags. But these militias have one thing in common, that is, in all the wars in the United States, whether it is the War of Independence, the Second War of Independence in 1812, or the Mexican-American War and the subsequent Civil War, the performance of the militia is generally amateurish and lame. Many militiamen who were temporarily recruited from rural areas could not even distinguish between left and right. When training them, officers had to tie straw and hay, which farmers were very familiar with, to their left and right feet respectively, so that they could distinguish between left and right in order to better train them. There are also two types of militia in the United States. One is the standing militia and the other is the volunteer militia. Although they are both militias, there is a world of difference between the two. The standing militia belongs to the kind that men who can carry a gun can join, while the threshold for the volunteer militia is much higher. Even the officers are officers who have attended military academies and served in the state's wealthy merchants. In addition, the volunteer militia is not mixed with the standing militia. Therefore, although the scale of the volunteer militia is small, its combat effectiveness is amazing. The volunteer militia even has special cavalry and hunting units. Some volunteer militia units are even better equipped than regular troops, such as the military academy cadets during the Civil War. The name of the California militia was made up by Liang Zhao himself. In fact, the United States has no strict requirements for the number and personnel of the militia, nor for the number of people, because the militia does not need to spend the federal government's money and is borne by the states. As long as you have money, you can form a militia brigade or a militia division for fun. However, for now, it is enough for California to train one militia regiment. More will only increase the state's financial burden. California's current focus is on economic development rather than military affairs. Yes, Colonel, Elvis took on Liang Zhao's task. After arranging the task for Elvis, the next step is to assign tasks to Deng Yan. Lieutenant Colonel Deng, you will lead half a regiment of regular troops to garrison San Diego and build a military fortress. Liang Zhao pointed to the San Diego village on the map and said, "Yes, sir." Deng Yan took on the garrison task. After dealing with military affairs in California, Liang Zhao went back to his room to rest. The next day, He went to the middle school to inspect his school, Jinshan Middle School. The principal of Jinshan Middle School is Reverend Willis, the vice principal is Reverend Joseph Edkins, and the teachers are monks and nuns who are proficient in Chinese studies. The teaching staff is quite luxurious. In addition to the two principals and vice principals, Jinshan Middle School also has an honorary principal, Liang Zhao. When Liang Zhao came to the school, the students immediately stood up and bowed to him. "Hello, principal." Liang Zhao looked at these students who were only slightly younger than him, or even about the same age, and motioned them to sit down. Continue to listen to the teacher's lecture. 45 students who have received secondary education, as well as 15 teenagers with good physical fitness and decent cultural foundation carefully selected by Liang Zhao from immigrants, were gathered together and taught by monks and nuns of the church. These people are the hope of future Chinese immigrants in California, and also his future team. According to Liang Zhao's arrangement, the 45 students who have received secondary education will be given a good middle school to prepare for American universities. He fully covered the tuition fees, and required that they could only work in the American group after graduation. These students were all children from poor families. In the Qing dynasty, the imperial examination was the right path. Families with better family conditions would send their children to official careers and would not let them learn from foreigners. These poor students only wanted to be well fed and clothed. They had no idea about the contract signed with Liang Zhao. They were just grateful to Liang Zhao for providing them with food and accommodation and training them. In fact, even during the Westernization movement, the mainstream concept in society was that Westernization was a side door with no future, and only people who were desperate and had no future would engage in Westernization. In many places, Westernization is not even a neutral word, but a derogatory word. People are often scolded by saying that you are thoroughly involved in Westernization, what kind of Westernization are you doing, and so on. These seedlings carefully selected by the church and foreign companies are all good, talented, and fluent in English. Liang Zhao is still relatively confident in them. The 15 young people carefully selected from the immigrants are more troublesome. Their cultural levels vary, and none of them have received a systematic and formal education. Liang Zhao asked these people to prepare for the military academy entrance examination. It is better for officers such as staff, commanders, artillery, surveying and mapping engineers and highly professional technical arms to receive formal and systematic military academy education. Liang Zhao allowed his infantry regiment to use ready-made white officers. But it is not a good thing for an infantry regiment composed mainly of Chinese soldiers to have too high a proportion of white officers. In order to ensure that there are enough students to enter the military academy, Liang Zhao selected 5 students from 45 students who have received secondary education to join the team preparing for the military academy entrance examination. The selection criteria are also very simple, that is, to select the 5 students with the best physical fitness. Baolin, please take time to teach me English in the evening. I haven't learned these things before. These bean sprout-like words are very headache for me to learn. I am afraid that if I don't learn well, I will be beaten by the nanny tomorrow. After the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Liang Zhao's cousin Liang Su pestered Pan Baolin and said. Pan Baolin was born in a family of Guangzhou merchants. His English foundation is much better than Liang Su, who received traditional private school education since childhood. Liang Zhao heard that Pan Zhanghui's 2 grandsons not only knew English, but also French. Liang Su and Pan Baolin, like other students, cut off their braids and changed into Western clothes. No problem, leave it to me. We are classmates, and classmates should help each other. Pan Baolin patted her chest and agreed happily. Pan Baolin? You enrolled so soon? Liang Zhao was a little surprised that Pan Baolin enrolled so soon. Principal, Pan Baolin bowed deeply to Liang Zhao. Grandpa asked me to come to school in advance to get acquainted with my classmates, so I came. Principal Willis also agreed. Baolin will eat and live with my classmates in the future. Liang Zhao looked at the childish Pan Baolin, and his eyes revealed a maturity that only adults can have. Third principal, Liang Su habitually opened his mouth to call Liang Zhao the third brother, but as soon as he said it, he realized that it was inappropriate to call Liang Zhao the third brother in front of others, and hurriedly changed his words. Yes, Liang Zhao nodded slightly, and then said to Liang Su, study hard. If you want to gain a foothold in America, you must study these things seriously. Don't embarrass the Liang family. You are just an ordinary student in school. I will not favor you because you are my blood relative, Remember what the principal taught you? Liang Zhao agreed. He knew that the third brother was no longer the third brother in Xiangshan. Is your brother Pan Baohan also enrolled? Liang Zhao turned his head and looked at Pan Baohan. Yes, my brother and I enrolled together, but my brother studied military and I studied law, Pan Baohan replied. The two brothers, one went to military school to join the army, and the other studied law and participated in politics. This was Liang Zhao's advice to Pan Zhengwei. Pan Zhengwei acted decisively and sent both grandsons to school so quickly. Study hard, studying law has a bright future in America. Liang Zhao patted Pan Baohan on the shoulder and said, Principal, I have an unwelcome request. Pan Baohan hesitated for a moment and spoke. Speak. I have asked Principal Willis and Vice Principal Edkins to borrow law books, but the two principals only know British law, and the law books they have are all British law books. Grandpa said that I will pursue a career in the United States in the future. How can I learn British law and pursue a career in the United States? Pan Baohan said with reason. I want to borrow some American law books from you, sir. California is the frontier region of the United States. Books are very luxurious in frontier regions, not to mention legal books. In the whole of California, people with rich collections of books can be counted on one's fingers, and Liang Zhao is one of them. There is a private library in his manor, which contains books and newspapers that he bought from the East at a high price. Did your grandfather teach you these words? Liang Zhao asked, staring into Pan Baohan's eyes. These are my own thoughts, but Mr. Leland Stanford told me about the borrowing of books. I asked him about the American law. Pan Baohan said, Mr. Stanford said that your collection of books is the richest in California. This kid is smart and wild. I don't lend my books, Liang Zhao said. Hearing Liang Zhao say that the books are not for loan, Pan Baohan felt very disappointed. Just as she was about to say goodbye to Liang Zhao spoke again. But I allow you to read books in my library. Liang Zhao has never learned English before. You can help me out when you are free. I have to go to school during the day and live on campus at night. I am afraid I don't have time to read in your library. Liang Zhao allowed Pan Baohan to read in his private library, which made Pan Baohan very excited, but when she thought that she could not leave school on weekdays, her mood instantly fell to the bottom. Pauline, the school can no longer teach you anything. I allow you to read books in Speaker Liang's private library during the day and return to school at night. Just as Pan Baohan was in a dilemma, Willis came over and said to Pan Baohan and Liang Zhao, you go and play for a while. Speaker Liang and I have something to talk about. After Liang Zhao and Pan Baohan left, Willis said to Liang Zhao, this child is very smart. The Pan family hired a Western learning teacher for their child when they were in Guangzhou. According to your saying, it is called a Western learning tutor. Jinshan Middle School can no longer teach him anything. Let him learn on his own. Did you come to the school this time to see these students? Liang Zhao nodded. In addition to seeing these students, I also came to tell you that I will leave for the East in a few days. I will take these students with me and find a suitable middle school for them in the East. Willis also agreed with this. If they want to prepare for the entrance examination to American universities, it is indeed more appropriate to send them to high schools in the East. The things I teach them now are more suitable for them to enter the universities of the British Empire. I hope you can bring some teaching materials from Eastern schools when you come back. No need to wait for me to come back. I have already sent people to the East to purchase teaching materials. If nothing goes wrong, they will be delivered to California in 2 months, Liang Zhao said. Chapter 169 The Opponent's Weakness. The weather in California in April has gradually warmed up, and the warm spring breeze is refreshing. After the areas on both sides of the American River in Sacramento were designated as exclusive agricultural land, the gold diggers left the place where gold had been mined out. There are many reasons for these gold diggers to leave the American River mining area. In addition to the administrative order of the California government, it is also a fact that there is not much gold left in the areas on both sides of the American River after more than a year of high-intensity mining. There is also a very important reason that prompted them to abandon the mining areas on both sides of the American River. That is, Liang Zhao's Shannon Agricultural Reclamation Company offered an attractive price for their land and bought the land from them. It is worth mentioning that these gold diggers bought these lands from Liang Zhao in the first place, and now these lands are back in Liang Zhao's hands. Aspinwall of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company looked at the employees of the Shannon Agricultural Reclamation Group who were leveling the land, and his heart was filled with emotion. Liang Zhao is really a business genius. He can not only make a good profit from the land, but also buy the miners' daily necessities from Liang Zhao. During the year they were tied to the land, John and Milner's eyes fell on the carriages full of luggage and supplies, and the groups of gold diggers. Some of these gold diggers took the money from the land sale to find another way out, while more of them chose to go east to the foothills of the Nevada mountains, where gold is said to be everywhere. It is now the new territory of California. A year or two ago, these gold diggers were also bewitched by the same news and came to California and Sacramento from all over the world with a dream of getting rich, but most of them did not get rich. I don't know how many of these gold diggers got rich, but Liang Zhao and the group of scoundrels around him must have made a lot of money. They control the economic lifeline of California, John said indignantly. Although he had a grudge against Liang Zhao and hated Liang Zhao, he had to admit this fact. Just as the Astor family controlled real estate in New York, Liang Zhao controlled California's gold and all the lucrative industries. With advanced machines and efficient gold mining technology, their New York consortium can still benefit from the gold rush in California that has not yet subsided. But it's just a soup. The California government's taxes, purchases of mercury mines, purchases of daily necessities, etc., these expenses are huge. After deducting these expenses, there is not much gold left. This is far from what they expected when they came to California. They thought California was fish meat, but they didn't expect that they would be fish meat after arriving in California. This psychological gap made it difficult for John to accept. Mr. Aspinwall, I wonder how your Pacific Mail Steamship Company is operating now. Milner's asked about the current situation of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. Aspinwall, John and Milner's took a carriage into the city of Sacramento. After the gold diggers on both sides of the American River left, the popularity of the city dropped significantly. In the past, the streets in downtown Sacramento were crowded with people at this time, making it difficult to pass. Today, their carriages can actually travel unimpeded on the main roads in downtown Sacramento. Some of the main roads in Sacramento have been paved with cement. The streets are very clean and even stagnant water is rare. The employees of the construction company are laying drainage pipes to eliminate the original open channels. Sewage discharged into the open channels will inevitably emit a disgusting smell, especially in summer. Open channel drainage and sewage discharge is just a stopgap measure because California did not have steel mills before, lacking steel, and naturally could not produce drainage and sewage pipes. The current situation of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company is not optimistic, Aspinwall said and continued. On this route, the Pacific Mail Steamship Company has to compete with Vanderbilt, the shipping king, in the east section, and Liang Zhao's global shipping company in the west section. These two guys are not easy to deal with. The situation of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company is not much better than that of the New York consortium that is panning for gold in California. The Nicaragua route has diverted a lot of their customers, and they have started a price war with the Pacific Mail Steamship Company on the Panama route. The Panama route of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company has been in a loss-making state since its opening. If it were not for the support of the federal government and the New York state government, and the orders from the government and the Oregon region, the Pacific Mail Steamship Company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Aspinwall also thought about giving up this loss-making route, but the government's support behind him was to maintain the mail connection between the eastern and western coasts of the United States, and he couldn't give it up just because he wanted to. Few people can shake Vanderbilt's position in the shipping industry, but the worldwide shipping company has just been established. Do they have the ability to compete with a Pacific shipping company on the western route? John was very surprised. The large ships of the worldwide shipping company focus on the China route to transport Chinese immigrants to California, while the ships that run the Nicaragua to California route are all small ships. Logically speaking, compared with a Pacific Mail Steamship Company, the worldwide shipping company has no advantage on this western route. However, Vanderbilt also established a California shipping company, and his assistant Nigel was responsible for running this route. The combination of the California Shipping Company and the Worldwide Shipping Company caused the Pacific Mail Steamship Company to lose its competitive advantage on the western route. I heard that the Hope steamship was launched at the California shipyard. If the production of the Hope increases, it will also be a huge blow to the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, Aspinwall said worriedly. According to the information I have collected, Vanderbilt is selling his ships to Liang Zhao. 5 large steamships are about to arrive at Cape Horn in South America and head for California. Once these ships arrive, the advantages of the global shipping company will be further enhanced. These damn yellow monkeys, I want to peel off all their scalps to make boots. Hearing that Liang Zhao was transferring Chinese immigrants to California, Burnett couldn't help but look out a window. On the streets of Sacramento, there were many Chinese immigrants with similar skin color and facial features to Indians. There are at least 30,000 to 40,000 Chinese immigrants in California now. Liang Zhao is dyeing California, and even America red. The skin color of Americans should be white, not yellow and black. Burnett, put away your racial hatred and prejudice. This is California, the state where the yellow people you look down on are in power. Chinese and Indians cannot be generalized, Milner said seriously. Although I also hate Liang Zhao and these Chinese, you have to admit that they have governed California very well. I agree with Milner's point of view. We can't let emotions and prejudices influence our judgment. We have suffered losses in this regard. John agreed with Milner's point of view. He has suffered losses in this regard. Liang Zhao is not incompetent, and the Chinese soldiers are not cowards. These are things that have been proven by facts. Mr. Aspinwall, what are the plans of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company in the future? Milner's asked with great concern. The Pacific Mail Steamship Company has been in a state of loss, and it is not a long-term solution. The reason why Milner's cares about the Pacific Mail Steamship Company is that his family also holds shares in the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. The Pacific Mail Steamship Company was established with the golden key of the government. It is a rare high-quality investment. Not only Milner's family, but many celebrities in New York have participated in the investment of the Pacific Mail Steamship Company. Aspinwall smiled slyly. Fan Liang and his wife are financially strong. If they compete head-on, the Pacific Mail Steamship Company is not their opponent, but they are not without flaws. What flaws? John's eyes lit up. Cornelius Garrison, Vanderbilt's main person in charge of the Nicaragua route, is a breakthrough, Aspinwall said lightly. Vanderbilt finds it difficult to trust someone, but once he trusts someone, he will believe in that person without a doubt. Vanderbilt and Garrison are from the same hometown and have a deep friendship. It's a pity that Garrison is only a person who looks trustworthy on the surface. This is the flaw. The Nicaragua route is not unbreakable. Perhaps we can take advantage of this flaw. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Umbrella Corporation. In Tingtao Garden, after a fight, Liang Zhao finally put the wooden sword against Mason's neck. This was the first time he defeated Mason in fencing. Fremont once praised Colonel Mason as a good fencer in the army. But according to Liang Zhao's experience of several fights, if the two did not let up in fencing training with him, he personally felt that Fremont's fencing skills were better than Colonel Mason. It was rumored that Fremont's American IAI was also unique, and at least a dozen people had fallen under Fremont's American IAI. It was a pity that Fremont had gone to explore the route of the Pacific Railway, otherwise, it would be possible to see who was better in swordsmanship between Mason and Fremont. You won. Your swordsmanship has improved a lot. Mason took off the protective gear on his head and said breathlessly. He was a little old, and every time after a high-intensity exercise, he always felt a sense of exhaustion. California and the federal government have reached a settlement, and Mason has regained his freedom. According to the latest order from the War Department, Mason's troops will be stationed at the U.S.-Mexico border in Arizona and New Mexico, and will no longer be responsible for the border defense of California, which has relieved Mason's pressure. After taking a deep breath and recovering from the situation, Mason continued, "You are a worthy opponent. I hope we will not be opponents again in the future." Mason had seen the soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment. Although the California Infantry Regiment was established not long ago, it is undeniable that this infantry regiment has a high level of combat quality and fighting will. This new infantry regiment must be an elite regiment among the 15 or 16 active army regiments in the United States. No one can predict what will happen in the future, Liang Zhao said indifferently after taking off his protective gear. It was also within his expectations that Mason would not be tried by the military court. Unlike the executioner Sherman in Los Angeles, he had a more noble and prominent family background and a wider network of contacts. Liang Zhao did not expect that the American law would be able to judge Mason, who had a strong background. "I owe California an apology." Mason bowed to Liang Zhao with a guilty look on his face. Liang Zhao turned his head and did not accept Mason's apology. "You should keep these words to those dead Americans in Los Angeles. Apologies cannot bring the dead back to life. I will personally go to Los Angeles to apologize." As he said this, Mason ordered the black servant beside him to bring an extremely well-made Ames cavalry sword, and came to Liang Zhao with his sword in both hands. "This is a gift from President Polk to me, or a reward. I am giving this cavalry sword to you now. I am not worthy of holding this cavalry sword anymore, but you are worthy of it." Liang Zhao took the Ames cavalry sword held in Colonel Mason's hand without hesitation. The slightly curved blade was very light. He pulled out the sword and played with it in his hand for a while. "This sword is very suitable for chopping and stabbing. The gorgeous handguard is not flashy and can protect the user's wrist well. Of course, the most special thing about this knife is that it was a gift from the 11th President of the United States, Polk. The inscription of President Polk is engraved on the blade and the handle, which is a symbol of honor. Only senior Army officers who have performed outstandingly during their stay in Mexico and the United States are eligible to receive this cavalry knife." Liang Zhao walked to a rose tree and swung his knife at the rose tree that had just been planted in front of him. Liang Zhao skillfully put the knife back into the sheath. The rose sapling was cut in half by a knife, leaving a neat cut on the small trunk of more than an inch. "Mason, if you lead troops to invade California again in the future and cause trouble in California, your fate will be the same as this sapling." After saying this, Liang Zhao turned around and left without looking back. This was his last warning to Mason, hoping that Mason would take care of himself in the future. Mason left Liang Zhao's manor with a wry smile and ordered the black servant to pack up his luggage and prepare to leave San Francisco by boat. Invade California? California has now become a state. Is this still possible? Unless a civil war breaks out in the United States and Liang Zhao still stands on the opposite side of the U.S. federal government, he and Liang Zhao will never meet in battle again. "Sir, Mr. Vanderbilt asked me to ask you when the 3,000 laborers you promised him can be handed over. Nicaragua is waiting to start construction." Liang Zhao had just returned to the study when Connie approached and asked, "I have asked Jinjin to handle the labor issue. First, hand over 1,500 laborers to Mr. Vanderbilt. The remaining 1,500 laborers will be handed over after the fleet of the global shipping company returns from Guangzhou." Liang Zhao frowned and said, "The time we agreed on has not yet arrived. Tell Mr. Vanderbilt that I will keep my promise and tell him not to worry. The American group is also short of labor now. Not only Vanderbilt is short of labor, but Liang Zhao is also facing a shortage of labor after the railway starts construction." After the railway between San Francisco and Sacramento was completed, the construction of 2 more railway lines was also put on the agenda. One was the railway line from Sacramento to Nevada, and the other was the railway line between San Francisco and Los Angeles. The demand for labor will only grow in the future. Fortunately, Vanderbilt's 5 steamships have crossed Cape Horn and will arrive in San Francisco before July this year. The addition of 5 large steamships will greatly increase the shipping capacity of the global shipping company, speed up the immigration process, and slightly alleviate the problem of labor shortage. Originally, it was impossible for Liang Zhao to accept 5 large steamships from Vanderbilt in one go before this fall. Among these 5 large steamships, 3 were orders from other shipping companies, but due to the economic downturn in the United States, many shipping companies were in a difficult situation. When the ships were launched, these shipping companies that placed orders with Vanderbilt's shipyard had already gone bankrupt. So Vanderbilt handed over all the 3 ships that had just been launched to Liang Zhao. Global Shipping Company is now a major sponsor of Vanderbilt Shipyard. Liang Zhao's orders from Vanderbilt Shipyard have been placed until June 1853. Liang Zhao is still negotiating with Vanderbilt on cooperation in training crew members. After all, with so many ships built, there needs to be enough crew members. Global Shipping Company's main ships are steamships. Although steamships can sail in any season without looking at the wind, they can sail. But early steamships had a very serious problem, that is, low fuel utilization and very coal consumption. Low fuel utilization is a common problem of steam engines, especially early steam engines. This is why many early steamships still did not give up sails, because using sails when the wind is favorable and sailing with wind power can save a lot of coal. The Pacific immigration route that Liang Zhao took was extremely long, and there was no fuel supply point in the middle. The last time, Sven's fleet was undersupplied for this reason. Coal occupies a lot of space on the ship, making the ship carry less supplies. If Liang Zhao wants to operate this route for a long time, he must build a suitable supply point in the Pacific Ocean to refuel and provide supplies for passing steamships, and only Hawaii can be competent for this supply point. On the surface, building a supply station in Hawaii is a problem between California, the United States and the Kingdom of Hawaii, but in fact it is a matter between the United States, Britain and France, and the Kingdom of Hawaii has nothing to do with it. Just as Liang Zhao was thinking about the Hawaii supply station, Gibson, a banker from the Bank of Bahrain, and Le Goff, a banker from the Bank of France, came to visit. The two are called bankers, but in fact they are the pioneers of colonization. This is also an old tradition in the West. The Bank of Bahrain actually does something similar to the British East India Company. The difference is that the authorization obtained by the Bank of Bahrain is far less than that of the East India Company, and its business is relatively simple. The purpose of the two coming to visit Liang Zhao is to protect the umbrella company, that is, the Australian Gold Rush Company. The second is for the Kingdom of Hawaii. Those prisoners and country bumpkins in Australia are so hateful that they actually want to take all the gold in Australia for themselves. Australia is a colony of the British Empire, a jewel in the crown of Her Majesty the Queen. The gold in the colonies should belong to the British Empire and Her Majesty the Queen. After sitting down, Gibson said indignantly. The colonial officials in Australia concealed the news of the discovery of gold and wanted to make a fortune in silence, which made Gibson very angry. Of course, what really made him angry was that he and Bahrain could not get the gold in Australia. Before the discovery of gold, Australia had not been taken seriously by the British authorities. After the gold was discovered, the situation was different. Remote Australia will soon become a hot spot, attracting the greedy eyes of British capitalists and nobles. Hasn't Governor Augustus promised to cooperate with us to develop gold in southwest Wales? Liang Zhao smiled. If you hadn't told me this news, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known about the discovery of gold in Australia until now. I really don't know how long these damn country bumpkins would have kept this news secret. Gibson was very polite to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao was not only a partner of Bahrain Bank, but also a major customer of Bahrain Bank. Liang Zhao deposited £200,000 in Bahrain Bank, which is equivalent to $976,000 in US dollars, less than $1 million US dollars. Bahrain Bank was the ceiling of private banks at that time, with assets of about £5 million. Liang Zhao deposited a huge sum of £200,000 in Bahrain Bank alone. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a major customer of Bahrain Bank. There are not many such major customers in the Bahrain banking industry around the world. Liang Zhao did not deposit money in Bahrain Bank because he had too much money and had nowhere to put it. In the future, if he wanted to buy materials from the UK, he would still have to settle through Bahrain Bank. Moreover, Bahrain Bank had branches in major cities around the world, which was also an advantage that only old banks like Bahrain Bank, an old colonial empire, had. Your bank has reached a cooperation with the American Group. The umbrella company under the American Group will leave for New South Wales soon. I think you will be able to receive gold from Australia soon, Liang Zhao said. I want to know when you mean soon. I saw that your gold mining team has already gone to Nevada, which makes me doubt your sincerity of cooperation. Gibson frowned and said. For every day we waste here, God knows how much gold those country bumpkins and prisoners will steal from us. It is difficult for Gibson to intervene in the gold in California. He now only hopes that the umbrella company, which is jointly held by Barings Bank and the American Group, can enter Australia as soon as possible to obtain Australian gold. Gibson believes that with the advanced gold mining technology and rich gold mining experience accumulated by the American Group in California, it can ensure that the umbrella company maintains its advantage in the gold mining field in Australia. Mr. Gibson, you are too impatient. There is an old saying in China that haste makes waste. It takes time to adjust the personnel of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company, especially the change of management personnel, which is a very troublesome thing. Many managers of umbrella company are transferred from Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. I don't think you want to see that the managers of umbrella company are all good for nothings in the future. California is Liang Zhao's base. Liang Zhao can't give up the gold mining business in California for an Australia. Excuse me. Gibson bowed slightly to Liang Zhao and apologized. Australia is a colony of the British Empire. I hope that after the employees of Umbrella Company arrive in Australia, Barings Bank can coordinate the relationship between Umbrella Company and the Australian colonial authorities, Liang Zhao said. This is why he is willing to cooperate with Barings Bank. No matter how far away Australia is, it is also a colony of Britain. It will be much easier for Umbrella Company to do business in Australia with British background. That's natural. Governor Augustus also owns 10% of the shares of Umbrella Company. I think for the sake of gold, this country bumpkin has no reason to stand idly by, Gibson said. Gold mining requires a lot of manpower. Australia doesn't have enough manpower, and those criminals are unreliable. This is really a headache. I'm worried about it now, Liang Zhao said. Have you thought of a solution? Gibson asked anxiously. If you really need people, I can find a way to buy some people from the Indian princely states. I have some connections in India. Indians are too lazy and not suitable for this job, Liang Zhao smiled and said. We can hire some laborers from the Qin dynasty. You have also seen the miners of Xiangshan Gold Mining Company. They are very efficient. But I need you to negotiate with Governor Augustus and help these laborers get legal citizenship issued by Australia. Gibson thought for a moment, grabbed his chin and said, I can negotiate with Augustus about the laborer's nationality, but it is not advisable to have too many Chinese laborers naturalized in Australia. Is there anything else we need to solve? I want to buy land in Australia for investment, and then build a big manor. You know, the winter in California is too humid and not very comfortable, Liang Zhao said. It is summer in Australia when it is winter in California, which is very suitable for vacation. If you see any suitable investment projects in Australia, please be sure to cooperate with Barings Bank. We will always be your reliable partner. Gibson stood up and shook hands with Liang Zhao with a smile. Of course, Liang Zhao said. Have you finished talking about your business? I think it's time for us to discuss Hawaii. Li Goff, who was left aside, couldn't help but speak. Chapter 171 Putting Disputes Aside. 1851, Hawaii had not yet been annexed by the United States. At this time, Hawaii was still an independent kingdom, at least to name. The current situation of the Kingdom of Hawaii was not much better than that of the Qin dynasty in the Zhengzi year, and it could even be said to be worse than that of the Qin dynasty. At least with the size of the Qin dynasty, no major power had the ability to swallow up the Qin dynasty, but Hawaii, a tiny country, was different. The Hawaiian Islands only cover an area of 16,700 square kilometers. There are different opinions about its population at its peak, with some saying it was 400,000 to 500,000, and some saying it was 700,000 to 800,000. Regardless of whether it was 400,000 to 500,000 or 700,000 to 800,000, an indisputable fact is that after the white people arrived in the Hawaiian Islands, the diseases they brought to the Hawaiian Islands and the deliberate massacre of the local indigenous population caused the total population of the Hawaiian Islands to drop sharply to less than 80,000. This 80,000 population is not entirely indigenous. There are also a considerable number of white people from various countries and a small number of Chinese and Japanese. Liang Zhao's Hongai Society also accepted some Japanese members. These Japanese members of this Hongai Society made a living on the Hawaiian Islands in their early years. After hearing that gold was discovered in California, they came to California by ship. In the past 10 years, Britain and France have plundered the Hawaiian Islands several times, the most recent one taking place last year, in 1850. General Tromelin of the French Navy openly sent troops to land in Hawaii and looted all the gold and silver treasures on the island, with the Hawaiian king's palace being the focus of attention. Shortly after the French invasion, the British, who heard the news, drove out the invading French navy. This is not because the British Empire is so bright and majestic. The British just saw the French's intention to monopolize the Hawaiian Islands and did not want the French to monopolize the Hawaiian Islands. The two sides are still unhappy about this matter and blame each other. The British accuse the French of inhumane massacres and plundering of the Hawaiian Islands. The French accuse the British of damaging their warships. Of course, America also wants Hawaii, but compared with the two colonial big brothers, Britain and France, America has no say at this time. But America's annexation of Hawaii also has the advantage of geographical advantages, that is, Hawaii is closest to America, and the distance from the main island of Hawaii to San Francisco is only more than 3,700 kilometers. After Liang Zhao became the deputy governor and speaker of the State Assembly of California, President Fillmore also mentioned the Kingdom of Hawaii in his letter to him, asking Liang Zhao to keep an eye on the developments of the Kingdom of Hawaii and invite the royal family of the Kingdom of Hawaii to visit the United States to feel the goodwill of the American people. Of course, Liang Zhao himself also had this idea. If he got involved in Hawaii, California would be the biggest beneficiary. You still have the nerve to mention Hawaii. You bandits just looted Hawaii last year, Gibson accused Liang Zhao. If it weren't for the arrival of our British Royal Navy and stopping your atrocities in time, God knows what crimes you French people would commit in Hawaii that would be unforgivable to God. Bullshit. Our French Navy entered Hawaii to protect the legitimate rights and interests of Hawaiian Christians, Liang Zhao retorted tit for tat, retorting Gibson. If we talk about crimes committed in Hawaii, the crimes committed by you British people in Hawaii are innumerable. Liang Zhao found it very interesting to see the two bandit spokespersons quarreling. He did not dissuade them, but watched the show quietly on the side. When the two of them had almost finished arguing and were tired, Liang Zhao took a sip of tea and said, "Gentlemen, no matter what, after our efforts, we finally brought democracy to the autocratic country of the Kingdom of Hawaii, didn't we, Mr. Liang? You are still right. Although our French Navy left, we still left the parliament and democracy to the Hawaiian people," Liang Zhao said proudly. "But you also took away Hawaii's gold and silver treasures," Gibson said dissatisfiedly. "Democracy has a price, and the deployment of the French Navy also requires military funds," Liang Zhao retorted. Okay, stop arguing. If you keep arguing like this, there will be no good results," Liang Zhao stopped them. "I asked you to come here today mainly to mediate the conflict between you. Although you are not ambassadors and cannot represent England and France, I believe that both of you have a pivotal position in the political arena of England and France, and your words also carry weight. Mediate? How do you want to mediate? Can you represent America? As far as I know, the states of your country do not have diplomatic rights." Gibson looked at Liang Zhao warily. "Of course not, but I can represent the people of California and the American group." Liang Zhao motioned Gibson and Liang Zhao to sit down first. "Whether it is England, France, or America, we all need a supply point in the Pacific to provide supplies for our fleet, right?" "Yes, sir," the two said at the same time. "Since the Kingdom of Hawaii is now a democratic country, I think as a role model for democratic countries, we should help this devastated country rebuild," Liang Zhao said. "My suggestion is to put aside the dispute and jointly help the Kingdom of Hawaii rebuild, repair and expand the port of Hawaii. After the port is repaired, ships from England, France, and the United States can replenish coal and supplies in the port of Hawaii." When the French Navy left Hawaii, in order to disgust the British Royal Navy, General Trommelin ordered the destruction of the facilities of the Hawaiian port, which needed to be repaired. Gibson and Liang Zhao were not very interested in repairing the port of Hawaii. Repairing the port requires a lot of money and a lot of manpower and material resources. The attitudes of the two actually represent the attitudes of the British and French high-level officials. The British and French high-level officials are willing to get involved in Hawaii, but they are not willing to build Hawaii. Neither country is completely sure to monopolize Hawaii. If Hawaii is controlled by the other side in the end, all these investments will be cheap for the other side. However, they all want their ships to get supplies in Hawaii, especially hoping that their steamships can replenish coal in Hawaii. Coal is also a thorny issue. The French colonies are far away from Hawaii and cannot provide Hawaii with a large amount of coal. The British colonies in Canada along the Pacific coast are not well developed and cannot provide Hawaii with a large amount of coal. The only country that can provide coal for the Hawaiian supply station is California. Hawaii's most urgent need is the lack of coal. I hope you can provide coal for Hawaii. As for the proposal to shelve the dispute and jointly develop, I will state it to Mr. Ambassador, Gibson said to Liang Zhao. I think all your suggestions are very reasonable. I will convey your suggestions to my country's ambassador to the United States, Liang Zhao said. This is the reply given to Liang Zhao by the two after consideration. Obviously, they do not reject Liang Zhao's proposal. Liang Zhao's goal has been achieved if they do not reject Liang Zhao's proposal. Liang Zhao called them just to say hello and communicate with them in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Last time, France did not communicate with Britain in advance, and the two sides were unhappy. Even if they oppose, Liang Zhao will repair the port of Hawaii according to the planned plan, transport coal to the port, and provide supplies for the global shipping group. As for annexing Hawaii, with his current strength, Even the strength of the United States does not allow him to do so. If the United States was strong enough, it could be more arrogant and not even have to communicate with Britain and France. Historically, the United States only annexed Hawaii in 1898. In 1898, the United States had experienced the baptism of the Second Industrial Revolution, and its strength was no longer the same as in 1851. Chapter 172 Japan Chapter. After negotiating with Britain and France, the large and small transport ships of the Global Shipping Company hoisted coal at the port of San Francisco and shipped it to Hawaii. In addition to the ships carrying coal, some ships carefully hoisted the goods that had been marked with the American Jardine-Matheson trademark onto the ship. These are the Chinese native products that Liang Zhao is going to ship to the East to sell. These Chinese native products are all high-quality goods that Liang Zhao purchased from Chinese businessmen to open up the market in the eastern United States and build a good reputation for American Jardine-Matheson. Before leaving for the East, Liang Zhao has one last thing to do, which is to open a branch of the Songhai Society in Japan to collect intelligence for him. The Songhai Society's branches have now opened in Mexico and Oregon, providing him with a lot of intelligence. In particular, Deng Wanhao, who traveled between San Diego and Tijuana, Mexico, not only provided him with detailed information about the Mexican garrison in Tijuana, but also became good friends with local officers. There are also Japanese members in the Songhai Society. This time, Liang Zhao plans to select some capable Japanese members and send them back to Japan to open a branch. Even if he did not intervene, Japan's opening of a country would have happened. Instead of waiting for Perry to knock on Japan's door, it would be better to add fuel to the fire and gain more benefits for California and himself. After California's industry develops, it needs a place to dump overseas goods, and Japan is one of the best places for dumping goods. There is also the problem of California's unreasonable population structure and imbalance between men and women, which seems to be solved in Japan. Big leader, you are looking for me. A tall Japanese man with a shiny bald head and a height of more than 160 centimeters stood in front of Liang Zhao. Liang Sen, from now on you will be the little leader of the Japanese branch of Songhai. Liang Zhao looked down at the tall Japanese man who was much shorter than him, and put a copper dragon head badge that had been prepared long ago on Liang Sen's chest. Liang Sen's original name was Murakuchiya Ichiro. Murakuchiya was his house number, which can be simply understood as the house number, and Ichiro was his name. Liang Zhao gave the name Liang Sen to Murakuchiya Ichiro. After California was established, the Statistics Bureau conducted a detailed statistics of the state's population. When the gold rush started, there were also 300 or 400 Japanese immigrants from Hawaii and California. These Japanese had to change their surnames according to the house number when they moved, which made the staff of the Statistics Bureau extremely dissatisfied. For this reason, Liang Zhao ordered these Japanese to have their own fixed names to facilitate the statistics of the Statistics Bureau. They could choose their own surnames or follow Chinese surnames. As a result, a lot of Japanese happily followed Liang Zhao's surname Liang. In the Edo period, ordinary Japanese people were more casual in naming, and surnames were the privilege of the upper rulers. In the Edo period, people with names and surnames in public places in Japan were definitely not ordinary people. Common people could only secretly use some inferior surnames in private. If they wanted to obtain the right to use surnames, they could only pay the daimyo of each domain to buy them. The more money they paid, the longer the surname could be used. It was indeed a happy thing for these Japanese to be able to get a surname for free without spending money. As for Japan, Japanese common people had their own names, which was after the Meiji Restoration. Liang Sen, who was wearing the copper dragon head badge, felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had seen Liang Zhao twice since he joined the club. One time was when Liang Zhao gave surnames and names to more than a dozen Japanese members of the Songhai Society, and the other time was now. Liang Sen was originally as Haiden of the Songhai Society, that is, a small leader at the grassroots level of the Songhai Society. Wearing the gold black bear badge, he was the one with the highest position among all the Japanese members. Now he was wearing the dragon head badge that he never dared to dream of, which made him cry uncontrollably. Thank you for the appreciation of the big dragon head. Liang Sen will definitely die for the big dragon head. Liang Sen bowed 90 degrees to Liang Zhao, and said with snot and tears. Although the copper dragon head badge is only the lowest dragon head badge, to put it bluntly, it is the lowest level among the high-level members of the Songhai Society, but for Liang Sen, It is a class leap, which is equivalent to a civilian suddenly becoming a samurai in Japan. I don't want you to die, I just want you to work hard for me. I'll ask Jardine Matheson to prepare a ship for you. You can take the Jardine Matheson merchant ship to Nagasaki as a queen merchant, Liang Zhao said lightly. You must do the things I tell you to do beautifully and properly. I can put on this dragon head badge for you, and I can also take it off. Yes. Big dragon head, Liang Sen said subconsciously, covering his chest with a badge. Japan's isolationism is mainly aimed at Western white people. The exchanges with East Asian countries, such as the Qing dynasty, Korea, and Ryukyu, are relatively normal. It is worth mentioning that in addition to these East Asian countries, Japan is also willing to have normal exchanges with the Dutch. The reason is also very simple. After entering Japan, the British, Spanish, and Portuguese not only traded in Japan, but also preached in Japan, built churches, and even wanted to interfere in Japan's politics, which caused panic in the Tokugawa shogunate. Only the Dutch were relatively honest, doing business, not preaching, and not asking about Japanese politics. Therefore, the Tokugawa shogunate allowed the Dutch to continue trading in Japan. The Netherlands was also the only window for Japan in the Edo period to understand the Western world. Steam battleships are the future of the Navy. America's influence depends not only on America's national strength, but also on the range of the American Navy and the range of its guns. At the same time, outside the port of Baltimore, Maryland, the United States, on the Mississippi steam paddle wheel wooden cruiser, Commodore Matthew Perry of the United States Navy looked out to the sea and said to President Fillmore, who came to inspect, "And where the steamship can go depends on where we can build a supply station." Perry was born into a naval family in Newport, Rhode Island. He was influenced by his family since he was a child and was determined to join the United States Navy. His father was a captain in the United States Navy, and his brother made military achievements in the Battle of Lake Erie on September 10, 1813, and became a well-known general in the United States Navy. Perry himself was no less impressive. He joined the Navy in 1809, served as the director of the shipbuilding department of the Brooklyn Navy Yard in 1833, and supervised the construction of the first steam battleship Fulton of the U.S. Navy in 1837, and was promoted to colonel. Just 3 years later, Matthew Perry was awarded the rank of brigadier general and became a hot figure in the U.S. Navy. Perry highly praised steam battleships and believed that steam battleships were the future of the Navy. With Perry's efforts, the steam rate of the U.S. Navy has been greatly improved. Most of the world's excellent ports are under the control of the British. It is not easy to obtain a supply point to refuel American steamships. Fillmore looked at the Mississippi cruiser under his feet. The full load displacement was only 1,692 tons. It could be a flagship in the U.S. Navy's fleet, but in the British Navy, it was just an ordinary battleship. Compared with the British and French navies, the U.S. Navy was too weak. Chapter 173 The Temptation of Japan. Trade between us and the Far East is very important. As our Pacific ports have more frequent exchanges with East Asia, the Far East is becoming more and more important. The prosperity of the west coast of the United States depends on trade between the United States and the Far East. Ships from California that conduct commercial activities in the Far East also need a safe haven and a distribution center for goods. President Fillmore withdrew his eyes from the Mississippi. This is the original words in the letter from Liang Zhao, the Speaker of the California State Assembly. My thoughts coincide with his. After the Opium War, the privileges obtained by Britain in the Qing dynasty deeply stimulated American politicians and stirred their restless hearts. The big cake of the Qing dynasty market has been occupied by the British. Although the signing of the Treaty of Nanjing did not change the current situation of Britain's trade deficit with the Qing dynasty, the privileges obtained by Britain in the Qing dynasty were very tempting. The Qing dynasty had been taken by Britain first. The United States and Britain had a huge gap in strength and dared not openly compete with the British for the big cake of the Qing dynasty market. However, the Far East is not limited to the Qing dynasty. There is also Japan, a large country that the British have no interest in. Liang Zhao? I often hear this name. It is said that California is developing very well now, and the state speaker has made great contributions. He immigrated from the Qing dynasty to the United States. I think he knows more about the Qing dynasty and Japan than we do. I need to contact this speaker and get as much information about Japan as possible. Perry followed Fillmore. Fillmore walked to the side of the ship and looked into the distance from the railing. Maybe. He will come to the East soon. I can talk to him about the opening of Japan and listen to his views on Japan. I support your plan to go to Japan. Congress also calls for trade with Japan. American whaling ships encountered shipwrecks on the coast of Japan and went ashore to ask for help. These barbaric Japanese actually detained and abused American citizens and transferred American citizens to the Dutch trading house for disposal. What kind of words is this? We must teach these barbaric Japanese a lesson. Let them bathe in the glory of civilization and experience the power of civilization. I think it is necessary for us to set up an embassy in Japan to protect the interests of American citizens in Japan, rather than letting the Dutch solve these problems for us. Since the 1820s, American whaling ships departing from the Oregon region have often come to the coast of Japan to catch whales, and the coast of Japan has become one of the 5 fishing grounds of the American whaling industry in the Pacific. However, since the United States did not have a nautical chart of the coast of Japan, and the weather at sea was changeable, American whaling ships often died on the coast of Japan. Most of these American crew members who came ashore were handed over to the Dutch trading house after being detained and abused by the Japanese. The Dutch trading house then sent these American crew members to their colony Java. In order to redeem these American citizens, the United States also needs to negotiate with the Dutch colonial authorities in Batavia, which is very troublesome. In addition, the Dutch will also ask them for fees such as mediation fees, crew resettlement fees, food and lodging fees, which makes the American government very disgusted. After the news of the Japanese abuse of American whaling ship crews was reported back to the United States, it aroused public outrage, making the American government feel ashamed, and the American government also protested to the Japanese shogunate. The Japanese shogunate insisted that this was a spy sent by the American government to Japan, and asked the Dutch to tell the American government to prohibit Americans from fishing near the coast of Japan. In this regard, it is naturally impossible for the United States to accept the Japanese request. The United States is the #1 whaling power, and the whaling industry is very important to the United States, providing at least 100,000 jobs for the United States. Whale products are one of the few export products that America can show off, in addition to cash crops such as cotton, sugar cane, and tobacco. American whale oil not only illuminates the nights of major American cities such as New York and Philadelphia, but also illuminates the nights of London and Paris. Before the birth of the chemical industry, whaling was a highly profitable industry. The most important function of whales was not to be eaten, but to be used to refine high-quality smokeless and odorless fuel, soap, and engine lubricants. The ambergrease of sperm whales is even more priceless. If Americans give up the Japanese fishing grounds, won't it all benefit the Dutch? We in America can't afford to offend the British, but can we afford to offend the Dutch? I also want to meet this young and promising state speaker. I am very interested in him, Perry said. Mr. President, since you agree to the expedition to Japan, which fleet will you send? It is better to prepare early. I propose the expedition plan, and I want to be in charge of the expedition to Japan. Perry is quick-witted, has outstanding debate skills, rich resume and qualifications, and has a very high reputation in the Navy. He is also the most suitable candidate for the expedition in Fillmore's mind. You are indeed the best candidate for the expedition to Japan. After the bill for the expedition to Japan is passed by Congress, I will let you replace Orlick and take charge of the East India Fleet, Fillmore said. East India Fleet, Perry thought for a while and said. The territory of the west coast of the United States is vast enough, and California has already become a state. I think it is necessary for the United States to establish a Pacific Fleet to protect the United States' rights and interests in the Pacific. The French invaded the Kingdom of Hawaii just last year. The Kingdom of Hawaii is a sovereign state recognized by the United States, and the relationship with the United States is very friendly. If the Navy can have a fleet in the West Coast region, it can change the current situation of our weak influence in the Pacific. Our financial situation is very tight and does not support us to do so. We are currently unable to provide the Navy Department with extra funding. Fillmore shook his head helplessly. Although the Texas crisis and the California crisis have been resolved, the differences between the North and the South have been temporarily shelved. However, the financial situation of the United States is still not optimistic. The war debts owed by Britain and France must be repaid. The war reparations owed by Mexico must also be repaid, and there are also huge national debts issued during the war. These debts are like a heavy mountain pressing on the United States, making it difficult for the United States to breathe and making Fillmore feel constrained in doing things. This is a pity, Perry sighed helplessly and had to face reality. He is 57 years old this year. Maybe America will become a maritime power like Britain in the future, but he will not see that day. All he can do now is to pave the way for America's future. Matthew, if you are responsible for the expedition to Japan in the future, I hope you can resolve this expedition in a peaceful way and strive for the greatest benefits for America at the lowest cost. Fillmore turned to look at Perry. America cannot afford a new war. Fillmore's mood was very complicated. He himself, and even all Americans, did not know Japan as a country. It was a very risky move to rashly go to Japan without knowing Japan. But for the future of America and for his next election, he had to take the risk. Since the 1840s, driven by the theory of destiny, America has acquired large tracts of territory through negotiations or wars, and expanded its territory directly to the Pacific coast. Most of these territories were obtained through wars, and the wars also ignited the American people's enthusiasm for war and desire for expansion. President Polk and later President Zachary Taylor both benefited greatly from the war against Mexico. President Polk gained higher approval ratings and more votes, and President Taylor was a hero in the Mexican-American War. There is no doubt that war and territorial expansion are shortcuts to votes. The shortcut to votes is Fillmore's shortcut. His term of office has been less than 2 years. So far, Fillmore has not left any great political achievements. His image in the minds of the people is that of a good old man and a peacemaker. The people prefer to vote for a president with an iron fist and a tough attitude towards foreign countries, and Fillmore also wants to be such a president. Mexico cannot be fought again. After all, it has just signed a treaty. If it is fought again, the two big brothers, Britain and France, will also have opinions. The Kingdom of Hawaii? It is impossible to annex the Kingdom of Hawaii in the short term. The only thing left to do is to force Japan, which is across the Pacific Ocean from the west coast of the United States, to open up the country and enhance the national self-confidence of the American people. Fillmore hoped to change his inherent image in the minds of the people by forcing Japan to open its country with force, divert the attention between the North and the South, and win more bargaining chips for his re-election. Of course, forcing Japan to open its country should avoid the use of force as much as possible, because the United States cannot support an expensive foreign war now, let alone a transoceanic war against Japan. I understand, Mr. President, I can understand your difficulties. As long as you can leave the matter of Japan's opening to me, I will do my best. Perry puffed out his chest and promised Fillmore. Chapter 174 California Services 1851, Liang Zhao was ready to set off for the eastern United States. The fleet of the Universal Company was anchored at the expanded port of San Francisco, waiting for Liang Zhao to set off. If it were not for accompanying Vanderbilt and others to inspect California, Liang Zhao could have set off directly in mid-April. Vanderbilt originally wanted to go to Nevada for an inspection, but the road to Nevada, whether it was a highway or a railway, had not been repaired, and there were only a few trails opened by gold diggers. Vanderbilt still insisted on going to Nevada for an inspection, until a letter from Mr. Bell, the governor of Texas, arrived in San Francisco. Vanderbilt gave up the idea. In the letter, Mr. Bell revealed that the Texas government was about to go bankrupt, and urged the California authorities in a very urgent and irritable tone to transport the $5 million owed to Texas in the form of gold as soon as possible. Liang Zhao knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer, and told Vanderbilt that if he wanted to inspect the Nevada area, he would not be able to accompany him because he had to leave for Texas immediately. Moreover, the only large gold mining area discovered in the Nevada area was the one discovered by Martin. Vanderbilt thought about it and decided to go to Texas with Liang Zhao to meet his old friend Mr. Bell again. The railway plan between California and Texas proposed by Liang Zhao made Vanderbilt very excited. If this railway was built, the Nicaragua route would no longer be so important to him. He would no longer have to continue the price war with Aspinwall's Pacific Mail Steamship Company, his pressure would be reduced, and his economic losses would also be reduced. However, Vanderbilt was reserved about whether Liang Zhao was able to solve the problem that the California and Texas railway lines needed to pass through part of the Mexican territory. After several days of investigation, Vanderbilt and others decided to increase investment in California. Vanderbilt and Jeremiah decided to continue to transfer the shipyard's production capacity to San Francisco and officially set up a branch in San Francisco. Theodore needs no more words. California has a great demand for steam engines and a large gap. The pumps in the mining area, the machines in the factory, the power cabin on the steamship, the locomotives of the train, etc. all need steam engines. The steam engines he produced have already won a good reputation in California. It is currently one of the most popular steam engine manufacturers in California. The profit of Theodore's steam engine business in California has exceeded that of New York State. Theodore also likes to do business in California. In addition to Liang Zhao, his main customers in California are the mine owners in the mining area. These people are very happy to pay money, which is much easier to serve than those customers in New York State who are picky. California's current economy presents a thriving scene. They are very optimistic about California and believe that California will become the most economically developed state in the western United States in the future, and there are unlimited business opportunities here. Liang Zhao welcomed Vanderbilt and others increased investment in California, and sold them a small piece of industrial land in the San Francisco industrial zone at a very favorable price. In addition, California has another policy that is quite attractive, that is, the California government has a preferential policy of tax reduction and exemption for local industrial and mining enterprises other than gold mining. This policy also applies to industrial and mining enterprises from other states. They have also visited the San Francisco industrial zone. The roads are well developed, transportation is convenient, there are ready-made water resources, and Liang Zhao's steel plant and coal warehouse are nearby. It is very convenient to obtain production materials and fuel, which can be solved directly in the industrial zone. This is much better than those cities in the east that have not been systematically planned and allowed to develop freely. Not only that, the California Department of Industry and the Department of Commerce also set up offices in the San Francisco industrial zone to provide assistance to all factories and enterprises in the industrial zone. The San Francisco industrial zone planned by Liang Zhao is almost tailor-made for entrepreneurs and factory owners who are engaged in industry. The high administrative efficiency of California left a deep impression on Vanderbilt and others. In New York State, Vanderbilt never expected the state government to provide him with much help. Everything would be fine if the state government did not interfere with the state's economic behavior and business activities. In California, factories and enterprises can really feel the help provided by the government. I have to admit that California is the state with the best business environment among all the states I have visited. In California, you can feel the meticulous care of the California government. On the way to the port of San Francisco, Vanderbilt said with emotion, wondering in his heart whether these services were provided by the California government or by Liang Zhao. Because we are building a service-oriented government, the California government is willing to serve all entrepreneurs and factory owners who are willing to invest and set up factories in California. Whether these entrepreneurs are from California or other states, the state government will treat them equally, Liang Zhao explained with a smile. California needs industry to provide more manufacturing jobs and more industrial workers. Industry is the future of California, which is the development policy that has been written into California's 5-year plan. Only if California's business environment is good enough and its policies are favorable enough, so that entrepreneurs and factory owners in the East think it is profitable to set up factories in California, will they be willing to come to California? I like a service-oriented government. If all state governments in the United States can be like the California state government, there is no worry that the American industry cannot surpass France and catch up with Britain, Jeremiah sighed. Although Jeremiah said so, he knew that California was just a special case and that state governments in other states could not follow California's example. Because California is not only rich, but also far away from the eastern part of the United States. There are no other states bordering California, and there are not many external factors interfering. There is only one state in the United States with such geographical location conditions. You all made a lot of money in California, but I didn't make much money in California. It seems that I have to guard my small grocery store for the rest of my life. Fan Days, who runs a grocery store, couldn't help but laugh at himself. Fan Days' grocery store not only cannot compete with Liang Zhao's grocery store, but also has no obvious advantages compared with other grocery stores in California. Fan Days made more money from wholesale supply to Liang Zhao than from his own grocery store in California. If his grocery store in California had not yet entered a loss-making state and could barely make a little money, he would have planned to close these half-dead grocery stores. The threshold for opening a grocery store is very low. If you want to make a lot of money from a grocery store, you must create a new business model, raise the entry threshold, provide customers with more convenient and considerate services, and seize the market of your peers to make a lot of money, Liang Zhao said to Fandays. The reason why Vanderbilt, Jeremiah, and Theodore can make a lot of money in California is also very simple. The shipbuilding and steam engine manufacturing industries they are engaged in are high-end manufacturing industries of this era, and the entry threshold is very high. At present, Liang Zhao is the only one in California who can build ships and manufacture steam engines. Apart from Liang Zhao, they have no other threatening competitors. Fandays' grocery business can be done as long as there is a supply channel. It is not impossible to make a fortune by doing grocery business. Brennan, the first millionaire in the West, started his business with groceries. However, Brannan monopolized all the sources of groceries in California and squatted at the port of San Francisco to receive the goods. When he was in a business war with Brannan, Liang Zhao also got involved in the grocery store business and defeated Brannan. After that, Liang Zhao also retained the grocery business, but Liang Zhao did not choose to monopolize the grocery business in California. This is not because he did not have the strength to monopolize the grocery business in California, but because opening up the grocery business can provide more employment opportunities for California and give more small store owners a way to survive. More grocery stores can also further lower the prices of grocery products, reduce the cost of living for gold diggers and California residents, and attract more people to California, rather than letting California's high prices scare away foreign immigrants. He has many ways to make money, not just this one. Monopolizing the grocery store business is more harmful than beneficial to California. Liang Zhao still remembers the plight of the gold diggers when Brannan monopolized the gold mining tools and daily necessities. A new business model. Fandays' eyes lit up and he was instantly interested. He did not doubt Liang Zhao's talent in business. After returning to the East last year, he and Vanderbilt established a sawmill in Chicago that specializes in modular lightweight building materials and made a lot of money. Modular lightweight building materials are just one of Liang Zhao's many industries in California. I'll tell you again when I get to New York. You guys, don't think I don't know that you copied my patent for modular lightweight building materials and set up a sawmill in Chicago. I haven't sued you for copying my patent yet, Liang Zhao said. Liang Zhao actually knew what they did in Chicago, which surprised Fandays. And he hurriedly explained. We have consulted the Patent and Trademark Office of the Ministry of Commerce about this patent. This patent does belong to you, and we will pay you the patent fee on time. In fact, we want to register the patent for modular lightweight buildings before you. Vanderbilt was more frank and spoke bluntly. It's just that I didn't expect that you had registered the patent before us. We are businessmen. As long as there is a business that can make money, businessmen are insidious and cunning people who will do anything. Since you already know it, we will pay you the patent fee on time according to the law. My old friend, you are always like this. Can't you say it more tactfully? Fandays pouted and blamed Vanderbilt, and then said to Liang Zhao with a shameless face. Mr. Liang, I can't wait to know the new model you mentioned. I beg you to tell me now, keep it secret for now, and tell us after we get to New York, Liang Zhao said lightly. Soon they walked to the San Francisco pier and boarded the James Day of the Global Shipping Company. Vanderbilt and his friends were very familiar with this ship. Last summer, they came to California on this ship. When they heard that Liang Zhao was going to the eastern United States for an inspection, many Chinese businessmen from the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce also accompanied him. They were also full of curiosity about the fertile and essential land of the eastern United States, and planned to go to the eastern United States with Liang Zhao to open their eyes and see the world. There were also some Chinese businessmen who had done business with American businessmen, but their understanding of the United States only came from the words of some travelers, and it was difficult to get a glimpse of the whole picture of the United States. In addition to these Chinese businessmen, the students of Jinshan Middle School had also boarded the ship, preparing to go to the east to receive secondary education in the United States and enter higher education institutions in the United States. After boarding the James Day, Liang Zhao saw the enthusiastic crowd who saw him off at the port. Liang Zhao and these enthusiastic San Francisco citizens waved goodbye. Moving his eyes away from the farewell crowd, Liang Zhao saw the Hope being built in the shipyard dock. Although these ships are similar in appearance to the Hope, they are not the Hope, but the Loach-class armed patrol ships built on the basis of the Hope hull. The full load displacement of the Loach-class armed patrol ship is slightly larger than the original Hope prototype ship, reaching 600 tons. After these small and fast-armed patrol boats are completed, they will be equipped with 8 3-inch small guns and delivered to the newly established California Coast Guard and the California Department of Revenue's Maritime Anti-Smuggling Team for patrolling and anti-smuggling in California's coastal waters. Liang Zhao originally wanted to equip these small boats with small-caliber rapid-fire guns or even machine guns, but unfortunately, there are no such guns at present. He can only consider this matter after he develops rapid-fire guns or machine guns. At the same time, the San Francisco shipyard is also trying to manufacture new ships with larger displacement. Small steamships with a displacement of 500 to 600 tons are just a beginning for the San Francisco shipyard, not the ultimate goal. Chapter 175 Nicaragua. The fleet of global shipping companies set out from the port of San Francisco and headed south. When passing through Los Angeles, Liang Zhao stayed in Los Angeles for half a day. Since Liang Zhao came to California, he has only traveled between San Francisco and Sacramento, and has not been to other places in California. Liang Zhao stayed in Los Angeles, firstly to brush his presence in Los Angeles and comfort the people of Los Angeles, and secondly to inspect Los Angeles and see with his own eyes how the reconstruction work of Los Angeles after the massacre was done. The original population of Los Angeles was not large. After the massacre, Liang Zhao stuffed more than 3,000 Chinese immigrants into Los Angeles in one breath, under the pretext of helping Los Angeles rebuild, which diluted the white population of Los Angeles at once, and Los Angeles instantly became a town dominated by Chinese. This is probably the first town in the United States dominated by Chinese population. Hearing that Liang Zhao came to Los Angeles, the Chinese immigrants in Los Angeles burned incense and set up tables in front of the newly built log house, and worshipped, which made Liang Zhao laugh and cry. The white immigrants in Los Angeles also expressed their gratitude to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao not only won compensation for them, but also made an indelible contribution to the reconstruction of Los Angeles by the American group. Los Angeles also followed the experience of San Francisco in urban construction and replanned the urban area. Since a large part of the old city of Los Angeles was burned down by the rebels last year, Los Angeles almost directly demolished the old city and built a brand new city on the ruins. The only regret is that the population of Los Angeles is still very small. As of now, the population of Los Angeles has not exceeded 5,000. Because Los Angeles has no gold, only a few small coal mines, it is far less attractive to immigrants than San Francisco and Sacramento at the beginning. The busy small port, the newly reclaimed farmland, the small fishing grounds on the seashore, the sawmill on the mountain, the busy coal mines, the workers who are laying the railway tracks to San Francisco to the north, and the prosperous market, indicate that another California city is rising. After leaving Los Angeles, Liang Zhao continued to sail south along the coastline and arrived at the port of San Juan del Sur in the Virgin Bay of the Republic of Nicaragua. The port of San Juan del Sur is a port on the Pacific side of the Republic of Nicaragua. Just 2 years ago, the port of San Juan del Sur was still an uninhabited area. The port was formed thanks to the California Gold Rush and Vanderbilt's foresight. The port of San Juan del Sur is a Nicaragua route node selected by Vanderbilt himself. This young port is located on the Pacific coast of Nicaragua. The local indigenous people and native whites speak Spanish, English, and even French to sell local products and supplies to passengers who stop at the port of San Juan del Sur. These passengers are gold diggers from the eastern United States and even Europe. After a short stay here and replenishing their supplies, they either take a ship of Vanderbilt's California Shipping Company to San Francisco, or take a ship of the Global Shipping Company to San Francisco. Liang Zhao also took this Nicaragua route to Texas this time. Although there is a land route in the middle of this route, he can only abandon the ship and walk, but Liang Zhao still chose to take the Nicaragua route. Because the Nicaragua route is faster, and the southward route around Cape Horn in South America can be taken by boat throughout the journey, but the voyage is very long. If it is around Cape Horn in South America, Liang Zhao may be able to prepare to celebrate Christmas with Governor Bell after arriving in Texas. The port of San Juan del Sur is also a material transfer station for Liang Zhao. The materials Liang Zhao purchased from the east are basically stored in the port of San Juan del Sur first, and then reloaded by the transport ship of Global Shipping Company and shipped to San Francisco. After Liang Zhao landed, he ordered the gold to be loaded directly onto the carriage. Liang Zhao carried 700,000 ounces of gold, about $14.47 million US, of which $5 million US was compensation from Texas, and the remaining $9.47 million was brought by Liang Zhao to the Eastern Acquisition Company for investment and his pocket money. What is the concept of 700,000 ounces? If converted into tons, it is about 21.7724 tons of gold. For this reason, Liang Zhao specially brought the cavalry company that had just been formed, and 2 infantry companies to escort the gold with arms. In order to ensure that the gold could be transported to Texas smoothly, the U.S. federal government even sent the Navy to wait for Liang Zhao at Greytown Port on the Atlantic Ocean in Nicaragua, ready to escort Liang Zhao. At this time, Nicaragua was not completely the back garden of the United States. Although Nicaragua was a weak country, the United States was not Great Britain. So many armed personnel crossing the border still had to say hello to the local government. Fortunately, Vanderbilt, who was close to people, had a very good relationship with the local politicians in Nicaragua, and it was not a big problem for armed personnel to cross the border. What Vanderbilt said in these Central American countries was better than the president in the White House. Moreover, the U.S. federal government had also said hello to Nicaragua. If Nicaragua did not let Liang Zhao's troops cross the border, it would be ungrateful. Thanks to the excellent matching mechanism in Latin America, Nicaragua is a country with extremely poor military strength. How poor is it? In 1854, a civil war broke out between the Conservatives and the Democratic Party in Nicaragua. The Democratic Party asked for help from the American adventurer Walker, who came to Nicaragua the following year with a private armed force of 60 people. Under Walker's command, these 60 people fought fiercely with the armed forces of the Nicaraguan Conservative Party for more than 7 months, and finally successfully occupied Granada, the capital of the Conservative Party, on October 13, 1855, and supported the puppet president to colonize Nicaragua. The United States recognized the puppet government supported by Walker the following year, and Nicaragua during this period was called Wacaragua. In other words, Liang Zhao now has an armed force that can destroy Nicaragua. Mr. Vanderbilt, long time no see. Not long after landing, a middle-aged man in military uniform took off his military cap, revealing his Mediterranean hairstyle, and gave Vanderbilt a friendly hug. Chief of Staff Fruto Chamorro, it's not long ago. We just met more than 2 months ago. Vanderbilt also smiled. Fruto Chamorro, Chief of Staff of the Army of the Republic of Nicaragua, will also be the first real president of Nicaragua in the future. This must be the famous Speaker of the California State Assembly, Mr. Liang Zhao. Your deeds are passed on by word of mouth among gold diggers. Chamorro shook hands with Liang Zhao in a friendly manner. After failing the review twice, I was upset. The station sent a message saying that I could only continue to modify and apply for unblocking after 48 hours. Who can resist this? I just cut it off and posted it. Damn it, I won't apply for unblocking the blocked chapters. If they are released, please don't subscribe repeatedly. The Nicaragua route map will be posted tomorrow. I'm having a party outside today, so I can only use my mobile phone to code one chapter first. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.